Morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for today's January 28, 2026 Board of Deschutes County Commissioners meeting. We will call this meeting to order, and the first item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join us.
Allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to citizen input. Do we have anyone in the room who would like to provide citizen input? Kim, is there anyone online with their hand raised? Nunzi, please join us.
Good morning, commissioners. I was thumbing through the new county website today, and I haven't been able to find that nice picture that you normally have up of your planning commissioners. But I have been following different planning things as text amendments come up and as commissioners' terms come due. And I was curious as to where you will be announcing the openings for planning commissioner applications, what format that will be done on social media, newspaper, et cetera, because I see there are two positions that will be terming out the end of this in June of this year, 2026.
Nick, maybe you could review the kind of the outreach or solicitation for new planning commissioners and what that's going to look like.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you for the question, Nunzi. We have a draft press release we're going to be prepared to issue next week. I think what the goal is. Kim is confirming yes. We have one commissioner who is terming out, and so we'll be recruiting for that position. And I'm 8 years. Jessica Kiris served as chair, vice chair, extraordinary service on the planning commission. And then we have a second position, which is the current chair, Matt Cyrus, Sisters area. His term is ending and he is eligible for a second term. So I'll be checking with commissioners to determine the interest in reappointment or recruitment for that position. And then we'll include I'll provide an update at your meeting on Monday, February 2nd, on what I'm hearing individually from commissioners so that we are collectively on the same page. And then we'll either include that position in the press release or not. We'll proceed with a reappointment. So thank you for the question, and more to come next week in very short order.
I'll just say for the benefit of my fellow commissioners, I think that there are so many people in our community who are interested in serving in various ways, serving our county, that it's important for us to do an open recruitment for both of those planning commissioner positions, regardless of whether we choose to reappoint someone or not.
So am I understanding it's going to be in print format like the Bend Bulletin, or are you using Nextdoor? The county does sometimes post their paid job openings with the special portal on the website. I want to know where to be focusing in so that I'm not missing whatever the announcement is that you post.
So I'm looking to staff, and the questions are, will it be posted in the newspaper?
Are you using social media? Are you using your
There'll
newsletter that comes out?
There'll be a press.
However, so often.
Nunzi, if you can wait a moment, we're getting a response.
I will also be sharing on social media.
Okay, there'll be a press release. It'll be posted on the county's website, and it'll also be on the county's social media.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
In each of those places, there'll be a link to the page on the county website where people can find the application.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Kim, no further hands up. Commissioner announcements.
On the topic of Core 3, we had a little powwow yesterday talking about public-private partnership possibility. So it's just a good moment to talk about what if, it'd be a activity in Redmond. So just more to come on that, but it was good to have kind of the Core 3 board and folks talking about that topic.
Was there, I believe there was going to be some discussion about this performance track and public-private partnerships. Was there a decision made on that?
No, as I say, there was Core 3 board members, the performance track folks that are, wanting to participate. So it was, not a Core 3 board meeting per se. It was just the work session committee.
Thank you. Commissioner Dare, any commissioner announcements?
Yes, actually, I do have the letter from Ebony Clark, the Behavioral Health Director for OHA, and the last sentence says, "We will be in touch to get a meeting scheduled to discuss the concerns raised and the strategies underway to get greater efficiency and reduce administrative burden." So I did speak to Holly about this yesterday. Hopefully, all the work Deschutes County Health Department is doing will be implemented into our health department and the state. So it could be helpful. And I thank them again.
That is really exciting that we have a meeting set up.
We will.
I would love to. It would be great for us to have AOC involved in that meeting as well.
They know all about this.
Okay,
So,
but I mean, it would be great. Yeah, it'd be great for them to be involved because we can talk in you and Holly can talk in great detail about administrative burden to Deschutes County, but AOC could then amplify and say, look, this is a problem for this and this and this counties, and they could pile on. So
yes, Jessica Pratt has been engaged in these conversations and Gina Nichols. So great idea, because Gina was a behavioral health specialist before she took the job as our executive director.
yeah, no, Gina would
So
be
great idea. Thank you.
great advocate in that meeting. Okay. So if there's no further commissioner announcements, let's move to the consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
Move approval of the consent agenda. There's 4 items today.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Right, calling for the vote, Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Commissioner Dare, and Chair votes yes. Thank you. Okay, moving into our action items, number 5. We have a public hearing for proposed amendment to Chapter 4.20 of County Code regarding real property conveyance recording fees.
Chair Chang, Kim Riley, Senior Assistant Legal Counsel. This is some code cleanup that's needed in that our county code specifically references state statute in that it provides a statutory limit for a certain fee that we can charge, and that was recently changed with state legislation. And so this code will just fix that issue so that now the fee can be set by our fee schedule, the county fee schedule on a yearly basis. Kevin Samuel is here if there's any specific questions regarding it, but it's simply a matter of cleanup. And so at this time, we would ask that the public hearing be opened and see if there's any public comment. And then following that, the moving of the first reading of the ordinance.
Okay. Should we let Kevin answer questions first, or should we open the public hearing first?
You can open the public hearing and then ask him questions.
Okay. So we will now open the public hearing on this proposed amendment to Chapter 4.20 of County Code regarding real property conveyance recording fees. Kevin, thanks for joining us. We've all had a chance to review the staff report on this. Do my fellow commissioners have any questions?
Kevin, great to see you today. I see your signature more than I see you on the everything that comes through the office. So just substantively, I'll acknowledge that we're replacing the words of $10 per instrument to prescribed by the Deschutes County fee schedule. So, I mean, that's kind of the subject of what we're talking about today.
Yes, exactly. That legislative act basically delegated that authority to the board to set that fee as they see fit within their.
And then there's a proposed to request additional $4 from that $10 fee. So to go to 14 would be next fiscal year is the proposal.
Correct. Correct. No changes for this fiscal year.
And so Kevin, does that $4 increase, does that bring the fee closer to the actual volume of work involved in a recording? Or is it gets us a little, a little bit of the way there, but doesn't quite get all the way there?
Yeah, that fee gives us fee change, a little incremental approach towards keeping up with public land corner maintenance and restoration in Deschutes County. As you know, there's a lot of development going on around in our county, and it's challenging for us to keep up. So that's why I would be seeking that next fiscal year, but just kind of bringing our county code into line with state statute to give the board flexibility to make changes as they see fit.
Very good.
So one other question, if somebody's taking a square and cutting it in half, is there like 4 or 8 of these instruments associated with it, or is that kind of how it works?
It's kind of any recording that touches fingers with land title. So it could be a warranty deed, it could be death certificates, it could be easements, many different recordings, which I could get you specifics on that.
Well, really just the concept that if there's some kind of a recording, there's maybe 4 of these charges for $14 or $10
Yep.
or 8 or, some number. It's not just one per transaction. It's usually a few of these.
Yeah, if somebody were to subdivide property into 4 pieces, and then each subsequent sale for each one of those pieces would then have that fee associated.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good. Any more questions? So we've opened up a public hearing. Now we can call for anyone in the room or online to provide comment if they are interested. Is there anyone in the room? Is there anyone online who'd like to provide comment on this public hearing item? Okay, with that, I believe we can close the public hearing. So we'll close the public hearing, and do I have a motion, or is there any other discussion or deliberation?
Kevin, the last time this fee was raised, was that in 1999? I'm looking, fee, disposition, history.
Yeah.
It looks like it was a long time, 1999.
You said.
Yes. So appropriately, you're here today then. Thank you.
With that, I'll move approval of a first reading of ordinance number 2026-003 by title only.
I'll second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Right. Calling for the vote, Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
and chair votes yes. Okay, so do we do the first reading right now? Okay. So before the Board of County Commissioners of Deschutes County, Oregon, an ordinance amending Chapter 4.20 Public Land Corner Preservation Fund of the Deschutes County Code.
And then staff will bring it back in 2 weeks for second.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
And good math.
Okay. Item number 6 on our agenda, second reading of ordinance number 2026-001, amending chapter 2.08 of county code.
And this is another county code provision that just needed to have some cleanup done relating to the hours of operation with the clerk's office. This was brought forward on January 14th, and we are back now for second reading.
Great. Is there a motion, or would anyone like to comment or deliberate on this?
I move approval of second reading of ordinance number 2026-001 by title only.
And I will second it.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? If not, calling for the vote, Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and chair votes yes.
And
Is
then
there
please read the title.
Oh, sorry.
Please.
Uh, an ordinance amending Title 2.08 County Clerk of the Deschutes County Code. All right. That we could move to adoption at this point.
Move adoption of ordinance number 2026-001.
And I will second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? If not, we'll call for the vote. Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Chair votes yes.
And this is actually working on something from 1997. So we're doing a lot of cleanup today from the 90s.
Neat. Okay. Now we can get into some of our meatier items of the day. Item number 7, we have a Healthy Schools Program 4-year outcome report. We'll be evaluating the results today. And I'll just say I'm excited to hear about this evaluation. We have the county has been investing in this partnership with the Ben Lapine schools for a number of years at this point. And it sounds like we're going to hear that this investment had some significant positive impacts. So
Thank you. Are you able to hear me okay?
Just a little closer, maybe. That's all.
Not quite, yes.
Better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks. Jessica Jacks, Program Manager, Deschutes County Health Services, and I'm joined by Amy Snyder, who is our supervisor of our adolescent and school health team and directly supervises the Healthy Schools program. And as you indicated, we are here to talk about our 4-year evaluation and very excited about the results and the ability to really share them. We've known them for a while, since fall, and really this is the start of our public release. So just a reminder, what is Healthy Schools? It is a cost-sharing partnership between Deschutes County Health Services and Ben Lapine Schools. It specifically embeds public health staff, so what we call public health specialists, into middle and high school settings where they can deliver prevention and health promotion work. This program started in the academic school year of 2021-22 as a result of the Deschutes County Budget Committee allowing us resources to do so, and yourselves. Why we do this? Because we know that placing public health specialists specifically into the school settings is a much more efficient and effective way to do prevention work rather than being outside the school setting. This helps us to ensure that our students thrive by preventing such things as substance use, suicide, bullying, violence, sexually transmitted infections, and teen pregnancies. How we do this is actually fairly complicated, but we're not going to go into that. We've kind of somewhat described that in prior presentations, but really the simple version is to say that our staff work with the whole school community. So that includes students, teachers, families, administrators, principals, as well as school district administrators and our community partners to make improvements in the school setting in order to link students to care and prevention resources. So we conducted a formal evaluation. That means we didn't just look at numbers before and after, but we did some deeper analysis and investigation to understand, did Healthy Schools specifically contribute to these changes? Our evaluation questions centered around these 3. You'll see a symbol next to the question, and that will guide our slides for the remaining presentation. The first question that we asked, did middle and high schools actually adopt and integrate Healthy Schools and practices? Second question, did middle and high schools increase their use of evidence-based practices and reach to students because of the Healthy Schools program? And third, did Healthy Schools have impact on student mental health, suicide, and substance use? And I'm happy to say that we can say yes to all of these. And we're actually going to begin with the conclusions so that you have those at the forefront. Amy is going to unpack the details behind these conclusions. So first, we can say that we successfully integrated public health services into district and schools and improved alignment and effective school-based prevention and health promotion services. We can also say that we improved school-based services reaching students with evidence-based programs already proven to work for our targeted adolescent health outcomes. And because of these two conclusions and results, we can also say that we prevented 21% of behavioral health-related emergency department visits in 1 year. That's 84 visits, equating to $812,000 to $1.5 million in avoided healthcare charges. We also had multiple external analysts review our data and our results to help assure that we were doing the best that we could do not to be biased in our interpretations. And there is a hefty, over 100-page technical report on our website that details how we found this information, thanks to Amy. It's way too much to share here, very involved, and it's a very good body of work. And so I do encourage you to look at it in your free time. But for now, I'm going to turn it over to Amy, who will give us a high-level summary of those results. Clearly, we can't go into all of the detail today.
I will try my best to do a high-level summary. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Also, you might pull it a little closer.
A little bit closer. I'm going to reach. Perfect. I present these results today with great pride. And what we have been able to achieve over the last 4 years through this partnership and the dedication of this team and our many partners that have participated in the work. And for me, this is an achievement of my career. It's been 15 years of research and practice that have led to this point. And I am quite proud just in all of us and then what we've been able to achieve. My plan for the results is to summarize 1 to 2 key points for questions 1 and 2. This has truly been a 4-year evaluation process too, in addition to implementing the program. So a lot of these have been benchmarks that we have met along the way and have presented in the past. So I'll summarize them just as reminders and to tie them into what we're presenting at the end. I'll spend the most of our time on question number 3, which is our outcome results. But I can always go back to, if I skip something and you want more detail, I will aim to keep it high level so that we can go back if you want more detail. If you remember, I'm a lecturer by trade, so I have to remind myself not to sit here for an hour and lecture. So question number 1, did middle and high schools actually adopt and integrate Healthy Schools? Before we can evaluate, thank you, I forgot to move my slides. Thanks. Before we can evaluate whether our program caused our intended health outcomes, we have to assess whether Healthy Schools was ever truly adopted and integrated into schools and had the intended effect in changing school health practices. So that was really our first question. And if you'll go, oh, you're already on that slide. And so the answer, of course, is yes. This graph shows the percent of the 14 school sites that reached full adoption and integration of Healthy Schools at each school year. If you recall, we had a 3-year phase-in approach where we started with 2 schools the first year and the district level. And then the second year, we expanded out to 6 and then 10 program or school sites. And then the last year, the third year, 23-24 school year, we reached all schools with a public health specialist. But it's not enough to just place a public health specialist at a school site and assume that's going to change practices. So we assessed with a number of indicators as to whether we were fully integrating into the school leadership teams and being able to change practices to the point where students were now being reached with an effective prevention and health promotion practice that was a result of this change. So that's what this graph shows. And if you see, it's the 2023-2024 school year where the majority of the middle and high schools had reached that point of truly integrating healthy schools and having practice changes as a result of that. And that's where we would expect to see measurable adolescent health changes on a population scale, because that's where we reached a saturation of the vast majority of the population. And you'll see that when
Amy-
we get to our end result and our outcome.
Amy, sorry. So what is the total number of schools now that we're 100%?
There are 15 schools at 14 sites. So I often say 14 school sites.
Thank
And that's just middle and high schools. For the duration of the results, it will all be middle and high schools that we're talking about. For question number 2, did middle and high schools increase their use of evidence-based practices and reach students with those evidence-based practices because of the Healthy Schools program? And again, the answer is yes. In our full technical report, there's 3 case studies where we describe how we did this work and the results of that work. I'm going to focus on just highlighting 2 key points for 2 of those, or 1 key point for 2 of those. Our first large district-wide success was systematically improving the health and middle school health curriculum, or the middle and high school health curriculum. When we started, depending on the topic area, 0 to 25% of teachers were using evidence-based or evidence-informed practices. That means that those programs have been research tested and found to be effective at changing health behaviors, or they are informed by the body of evidence using behavior change theories so that they would work to change adolescent behavior in real life. By 2024, as a result of Healthy Schools, 83 to 100% of teachers were using evidence-based practices in those 3 topic areas, depending on the topic area. One of the things that I have learned through this work is that health teachers in Oregon's K through 12 education system aren't responsible for achieving behavior change and health outcome change through their health instruction. Their health instruction is really focused on reaching the Oregon Health Education Standards, which are teaching content and skills practice in the classroom setting, but that may not be sufficient to leading to adolescent health behavior and health outcome changes in real life, particularly when we have complex adolescent health issues like suicide and substance use and bullying or violence. And so that's really the key value of this partnership, is that the educators know what they need to do in their classroom to teach effectively, and they are responsible for meeting their health education standards. But we are able to, as the prevention specialist, bring additional resources that they can layer on top of the existing health curriculum to make sure that we're using effective programs that we can assure will change adolescent health behaviors and change health outcomes. And these are all programs that have already been proven to work, or they're using the body of evidence that has already been proven to work at behavior change, not just knowledge. One example of this is the state adopted health textbook. That's the default curriculum for all districts in the state. It meets all the state education requirements that they, or standards that they review the materials for. However, when we reviewed that material for its safety and alignment with best practices, for example, for suicide prevention, we had concerns that it would be ineffective or that it could cause harm because it was not aligned with best practices. And there were some elements in it that are known to not be beneficial to students and could potentially be unsafe. So through our partnership, Ben Lapine Schools has now adopted supplemental evidence-based prevention education program. So it's a level above just health instruction. For our most concerning public health issues, preventing suicide, substance use, and sexual and reproductive health outcomes. And that's now a standard part of the health curriculum for the next 7 years. Through this work, prevention and health promotion is able to reach about 5,000 students a year through their trusted health teacher with effective prevention education programs that have already been found to be effective at reaching our target outcomes or are based on that body of evidence. This is the most efficient way that we could do our prevention education work as a public health department and through prevention and health promotion, in my opinion, as an expert in subject in school health. You go to the next.
So Amy,
yes.
if we're reaching 5,254, how many are actually within the middle and the high schools?
There's 9,000, I believe, in middle and high schools. There's health classes in grades 6 through 8, and then there's health 1 and health 2, which are semester. And usually that's around grades 9 and 10. And so 11th and 12th grade don't have health classes. And that's part of the state structure. There's just 1 credit for health for graduation.
Okay.
According to our 2024-25 fall enrollment records, there were 9,600 middle and high school students in Ben Lapine.
Thank you, Jessica.
One other thing that we, that's not part of this evaluation, but we have this year started to change Ben Lapine School's online health education program to align with what's been done in the classroom. And so we will be adding numbers to that number as we start to include the Ben Lapine School's online students. That's a change that took effect in November of this year. That's a result of this work. For my second highlight for question number 2, the data that you see on this slide are from the district's electronic referral system for behavioral health care. So you can see there the proportion of students who had a referral that resulted in an appointment for receiving behavioral health care. One key thing I want to point out is that in addition to preventing adolescent health issues from ever starting, we want to make sure that there's a system of support to get those who need help into that help as early as possible. So this is an early intervention system. It is not for crisis. So this would be for identifying students who have needs before they become a more serious issue. One of our essential public health services is to monitor community health data and respond to and prevent emerging issues. You often see that with the public health department monitoring emergency department data for suicide, overdose, and flu trends. This is pretty similar, except from within Ben Lapine schools, we are able to monitor this early intervention system. So we're able to get farther in front of an issue that might be emerging. The first year that that Ben Lapine schools started their electronic referral system, we noticed that only 52% of those referrals were resulting in behavioral healthcare appointments. Using our essential public health services, we were able to identify and target the cause of that gap in that system. And then we were able to improve the proportion of students or referrals that were ending an appointment. So we had a 15% point improvement by that third year in the proportion of those referrals that were ending an appointment.
And what was that gap?
There's multiple factors, but I would say the first one was we believe that families did not know that the Care Solace company was their school helping them. So there was an 1-800 number, and we did a campaign to get families to save that number and share that this is a call from your school when you get a call from Care Solace, to answer the call, even if it is to decline. So we just wanted to aim to make sure that families were notified. And if a family declined, it doesn't mean that they never reached healthcare. It could mean that they did not need the help of this navigation service. So another number that we tend to track is the number of referrals that go unanswered, to make sure that we at least are getting answers and then can route students into care. And when I say we, it's not my team, because that's not the part that we do. It would be the school counselors and those frontline staff that are part of the district. We just monitor the system, use our epidemiology skills to predict what we think are the causes, and then target those causes, and then monitor the data to see if it changes.
Got it. And these referrals, are they primarily going to Care Solace, or is that sort of like a clearinghouse to get people to different kinds of care providers?
Yeah, Care Solace is an electronic referral and navigation system. So it's a third party that once a family consents to releasing their student, well, not releasing their student, but the release of information, then they can help them navigate to the most appropriate type of behavioral health care, and they help them get those appointments set. And so they'll find the earliest appointment they could possibly get for the right type of care, because there's so many different levels and types
Yeah.
of behavioral health care. So it took all of that confusion of the system out of it for school staff and the families.
Yeah. I mean, so I heard you say there's so many different types of care, but can you just mention a few of the some of the places where people are being referred to ultimately?
Yeah. Of course, Deschutes County is one of them. Deschutes County Behavioral Health, that would be one of our highest levels of care. And then there's also what I've learned from Shannon Brister is the panel providers. So there's a lower level of care being like your Thrive and Trillium type of providers. And then there's additional layer of care in the middle, which would be like your subacute care, or I guess maybe it's not in the middle, but this is also an example of why we need a system to help us navigate it. But generally, it's mostly panel providers, though, because we're aiming to use this as an early intervention. So it's usually short-term to long-term, low acuity care.
Okay. Thank you.
Going back to that slide, that 15% increase in the referrals resulting in appointments are now students who have all been able to get early intervention services before reaching the crisis stage. So we interpret this as prevented stabilization center visits, emergency department visits, prevented hospitalizations, because these are non-crisis appointments. These are all early intervention appointments.
So Amy, can you remind me, have they taken cell phones out of the classrooms
Yes.
in Ben Lapine?
Yes, there is
And when did they do that?
When did they do that?
Mhm.
I believe it started in January.
Okay, January this year. So mid-year, they actually implemented that.
Mhm.
Okay,
And I think that was the requirement of the state law.
okay, all right, because social media is definitely not positive for our kids,
Agreed.
if you read the stories.
Yeah, or sitting next to somebody and texting them instead of talking to them in person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So for question number 3, did healthy schools have an impact on student mental health and suicide and substance use? If you'll go to the next slide. Yes. Our evaluation found that healthy schools is the most likely cause of preventing 1 in 5 behavioral health related emergency department visits for ages 11 to 17 living in zip codes with healthy schools. And those are the behavioral health related ED visits are those with diagnosis codes for suicide ideation, suicide attempt, substance use, depression, and mental health. And so what that means is that over 1 year, we prevented 84 visits that did not happen. This next slide shows you how we did that work. This slide shows 6 years of behavioral health related ED visits for our population, 11 to 17, but it shows all of Deschutes County. So it's all of those adolescent visits living in a Deschutes County zip code. Across that 6 years and both of those groups, it was around 3,600 ED visits. We split those visits into 2 groups. So the blue line are the visits for people who were living in zip codes with healthy schools. We call this the intervention group. And then the green line are those who are living in zip codes without healthy schools. And we call this the control group or our comparison group. This is a quasi-experimental evaluation design, or we also call this a cluster or non-randomized control trial. This is the highest quality of design that we could use, and it's the most appropriate design to use to test for causality of an intervention. If you'll click. That vertical line is the earliest point in time that we estimated that our program could have impacted any students. So it's a very early on where we set our intervention time to start. But if you recall, we were only in 2 schools at that time, and it took longer for us to do our assessments and to get farther into the district. If you'll go backwards. Yeah. Thank you. The 3 years that are on the left side of that line are what we would call our baseline period. And then the 3 years after that is what we would call our intervention period. But if you recall, the intervention is only in the intervention group. And then that green line below is our comparison or our control group. During the baseline period and some into that intervention period, the 2 lines, the trends across both groups were parallel. So we were having the same changes in trends between the group that was receiving healthy school or that would receive healthy schools and the group that did not receive healthy schools. And then now if you'll click, you can go ahead and click through all 4. The red schools or the red schoolhouses show you as we phased into Ben Lapine schools. So those represent 2, can't quite see it, 2 schools, and I think it says 6 schools, and does it say 14 and then 15? So that's how that was the timeline through which we placed a public health specialist at their school. But if you recall from question 1, it was that 2022-2023 school year when we really had large changes across the district with evidence-based practices reaching a vast majority of schools or reaching students through the schools.
So, Amy, looking at this, I mean, we see in that 22 to 23 time range, we see both the control and the experimental group having increases. I assume that is kind of the ripples of the COVID pandemic and a whole bunch of kids not being in school and connecting with peers for however long, and then it seems like when in the control group that sort of tempers out a little bit, but the trend line for our schools where we're doing the healthy schools work is much more dramatic. So, I mean, that's that's pretty persuasive, I guess, for me.
You'll click the next button. The dotted blue line is what would have happened if we did not have healthy schools in that Ben Lapine school zip code group. And we did, when I say we, I mean our public health epidemiologist, Matthew Christensen, when we had that role, he did a linear regression model and compared the differences between the intervention group and the comparison group over time. And that was able to show us what would have happened each year if we didn't have healthy schools, using our comparison group to estimate what the intervention group would have had. And that helps to control some of the differences or some of the things that could have affected the ED visits in both groups. I'll go to the next and actually skip that slide and skip one more slide. In the interest of time, I'll skip these 2 slides and then we can go back if we have questions about them. In addition to estimating the prevented ED visits, we were able to estimate our cost savings using the state's actual billing data for our Deschutes County emergency department visits using similar behavioral health codes. And that estimation came out to $812,000 for the ED visits alone. And then it increases to $1.5 million when we add in the hospitalization charges. And it was important to add in the hospitalization charges because any emergency department visit longer than 24 hours and any transfer to inpatient care in the hospital, those all come out of the hospital discharge data. It doesn't come out of the emergency department data. So we would be missing quite a bit of charges and that are often more costly if we didn't apply the same formula to the hospitalizations to get to the 1.5 million.
And that's a 1 year.
That's
So
just
1 year.
2024 using real billing data for 2024. And then we have other prevented costs that are very difficult to quantify. There's missed school days for students that they would have missed if they had been in the emergency department or had been hospitalized. That also can affect reimbursements for schools, missed work days for caregivers, lost productivity for employers, and then cost related to medical transport, travel, accommodations, and meals when families are staying near a hospital or healthcare agency while their child is getting care. We'll go to the next slide.
So Jessica, I'm just wondering, because what I've been reading is marijuana use is really up nationwide. When is the last time we actually surveyed students in Deschutes County for marijuana use, substance use disorder? How are those numbers coming?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to defer to Amy because I've lost track of the Oregon Student Health Survey data collection timeline, but.
Okay, thanks, Amy. Back to you.
Our standard survey would be the Oregon Student Health Survey, and we have our 2024 data now. We just collected the 2025 data. It's now on an annual basis rather than every other year, and it's now required for schools to administer. So we have that. And then for substance use disorder, I don't have that data because that would be diagnosis data, but we do have what students self-report. And then similarly, any emergency department visit that had cannabis as a code, a diagnosis code, so like an injury that happened with cannabis, or if a student had experienced panic because of taking cannabis, that would be in our ED data. And so that's part of those substance use codes that we saw the decline in. So we can see that reducing, at least as far as emergency visits go. But as far as substance use disorder diagnosis, I don't have that data.
Because what I'm reading is people are drinking, let's say, less beer, but they're doing more marijuana. That they've made that choice. Maybe not high school kids, but I worry about them.
Yeah, we have for our 2024 Oregon Student Health data for just Ben Lapine schools, we have reduced our gap for 11th grade substance use. So we've historically had more substance use for 11th grade in the county than the state.
Right.
But we've dropped that gap. So I think it was, I hesitate to say numbers, but I would say it was around 10% points lower as far as non-usage, so abstinence, compared to the state. And now we are about halfway. We made up that gap about halfway with alcohol and cannabis. And then vaping for the first time, we are on par with the state. And we do think that's because of the changes that we've made in health curriculum. And we've recently made changes in the health curriculum to target cannabis specifically. And that was using emergency department data and the Oregon Student Health Survey data.
Thanks.
The very last slide that I have is just sharing how we validated our findings. We had a number of different practices. Jessica mentioned one of them being hiring external analysts to provide non-biased interpretations and to help with our design. We also held meetings with our key informants across the county's behavioral healthcare system and the district's student services. So all 3 districts' student services, which includes like school counseling, student success programs. We asked what else could explain these results, particularly focusing on the ED visit change. And there were no other factors that could explain these specific results on this timeline and just in the intervention group and not in the comparison group. And in fact, there were some changes that happened in our comparison group that would have assisted them as well. For instance, behavioral health increased the provider time at Redmond, and Sisters improved their access and coordination with their school-based health center with a behavioral health consultant. We held also 3 focus groups with Sources of Strength peer leaders. Sources of Strength is one of our evidence-based programs. It's our largest one, and it trains students to do school-wide belonging and connection campaigns and build coping strategies and connect their peers to help. We did focus groups to ask them, amongst other things, whether a program like Sources could have contributed to this change in the emergencies? And unanimously, they said yes. And then they described to us how that worked. 3 of those key points are that they have now seen students in their schools being able to identify early warning signs in themselves as well as others, having improved access to both adults and peers who can help and support before reaching a crisis point, and then having improved coping skills and alternatives to negative or harmful behaviors that could lead to an emergency situation. The last piece is that we reviewed all of our data from questions 1 through 3. That's why the technical report is 100 and I believe 7 pages long, because we wanted to review that full causal pathway between our program, the practice changes in schools, and then the outcomes to students. We reviewed all that data for the criteria that would be needed for causality, and we have multiple criteria that indicate causality, including we have the cause and effect timing, using that quasi-experimental or cluster non-randomized control trial design, the timing of our program delivery with the intended targeted effects. We have coherence between the evidence-based prevention programs that have been now implemented in health education, school-wide through sources of strength, and then that linkages to care arm of our work. We see the same outcomes that those research-based programs also find, so there's coherence there. We also have what's called specificity. We see just the specific results that we targeted in the specific population that received the intervention and not in other health outcomes and not in the comparison or control group. For example, when we looked at all-cause emergency department visits, so that would be all visits for 11 to 17 for including motor vehicle accidents, other types of accidents and injuries, infections, the trends were flat across the board in both groups. We didn't see that drastic decline that we see for the zip codes with healthy schools. So we didn't target those outcomes. It was just behavioral health outcomes that we targeted, and that's where we saw that change. And then similarly, we also looked at the stabilization center data and did a similar comparison and saw the exact same outcome or same trend line with the stabilization center in the zip codes with healthy schools and not in the zip codes without healthy schools. So we saw that consistency across multiple data sets.
Amy, a little bit earlier, or it may have been Jessica, I can't remember which one of you said that you basically had outside experts kind of review your methodology, review your data, and try to, verify and validate for you. Could you just describe like who some of those people were, or what kind of peer review did you get?
We had, one being, we had hired Oregon Health and Sciences University at the beginning to help us design an evaluation. We also had our public health epidemiologist, who is not part of Healthy Schools, but an evaluator for public health, participate in designing our evaluation methods, as well as we hired him back after he had moved to another organization to be able to do the interpretation of data. So I would write the results and then he would interpret the meaning of those results, or he would produce results like the regression analysis was his contribution. We also hired Matchstick Consulting, who is Oregon's operator for Sources of Strength. They would be the state's leading expert in Sources of Strength, and they along with a Masters of Public Health intern, were the ones who conducted the focus groups and did all of the analysis on that. And then we just put the report or the results into the report. And then we also consulted, as we mentioned, with the key informant interviews, some of those behavioral healthcare providers who could help us interpret what does that data say, what could be some of the nuances inside the data. So we had the director of psychiatry from St. Charles. We consulted with that individual, and he has a Master's of Public Health as well, so he could poke some holes in our data and our methods.
Yeah,
that helps.
Great, thank you.
So we are at the end, and again, you see this slide. These are our conclusions. We're hoping you can take this as your talking points for our Healthy Schools evaluation. Overall, just to summarize, this evaluation found that it is highly effective to partner local public health with a large school system to improve delivery of prevention and health promotion programs. It is an efficient and effective way to prevent youth mental and behavioral health issues before they start. We also found that healthy schools reduce strain on our school systems, allowing them to focus on what they do best, which is teaching and learning. And we know that these actions produced cost savings to our community. This is an example of what can be done when we have long-term prevention resources. We're really grateful for your trust in us, allowing us to be able to do this. So we've shared a lot of charts, data. Just want to emphasize that there are humans and behind these numbers. And while this evaluation data is really very exciting, what really hits home for us is hearing from students, hearing that they're more engaged in school, hearing that they're graduating and having better conversations with their parents and families at home is reflected in these quotes. So I'm very proud to be a part of this and hope you are too. And we're going to just conclude with that and happy to answer any further questions you have.
So you reminded me, have the graduation rates gone up for the school?
I'm going to take that.
I mean, need to go back and look into the state graduation rates and then compare them over time. When we had talked about using graduation rates for our outcome, we were cautioned against it because there's so many factors that go into graduation rates, and the state has recently changed how they calculate or how they collect graduation rates, particularly through the COVID epidemic. So we were cautioned by the district and the education system from using that as our outcome. So I have not reflected on those recently.
We bumped into a number of challenges, and that being one of them. And one of the things that I guess take to heart and wanted to relay with you all is I think what you're seeing in this evaluation is that students are more connected to school, that they're having stronger relationships with their teachers and their families. And I've heard multiple administrators across the state of Oregon in the school system say that if they have a graduation problem or an attendance problem, it's because they have a connection to school problem. So I'm really heartened to say and to see these results because it really is focused on increasing connection to school. So by distal context, I am hopeful that this will eventually see some graduation rate changes, but because of the complications of data analysis, we weren't able to make that assessment.
Yeah, I want to say there was a Ben Bolton article the last couple of months reviewing graduation rates, and I'm not remembering exact numbers, but basically for Ben Lapine schools, graduation rates haven't dramatically changed, which is okay because our graduation rates from Ben Lapine, this particular district that we're partnering with, were pretty good. I don't think we can draw any conclusions about the Healthy Schools program from those graduation rates. And there are so many other factors that go into this. I mean, the fact that we have hundreds of kids who are homeless really affects their school performance, and Healthy Schools may be able to support kids with the stresses they're feeling from being homeless a little bit better, but I mean, it doesn't fix that they are homeless students. So there are a lot of things we need to think about when we look at graduation rates, and who knows? I mean, this cell phone ban could have impacts on, student engagement, student learning that we'll see in the next couple of years. And so there are a lot of so many factors that go into graduation rates that I would hesitate for us to try to connect graduation rates with the Healthy Schools Partnership.
Thank you for joining us today. Great information.
Yeah. I do have a couple of other questions. When you were describing the work of, let me step back and say, I am excited about this work. I've been excited to see the impacts of this work for years now, and I am really heartened and excited by these results. And it's making me think forward. If we have something that works here, how do we make sure that we continue to do the things that work, continue to get these positive benefits? How do we share this model with other places? How do we continue to finance it? That's something that weighs heavily on my mind. When you were discussing the way that health curriculum has been overhauled at this point, so we modernized that in the schools, and kind of skilled up a bunch of health teachers. It made me, kind of thinking forward, it made me think, well, okay, so a lot of the work has been done there, right? And there's now you're in maintenance stage, not kind of creating new curriculum and training up all the teachers every year. So does that result in reduced workload that somehow translates through the system? Either you have people who can do other stuff, or you can reduce in some ways the staffing needed to support one school or two schools. So that was one thing I wanted to ask about. Is kind of like if you've gone from building to maintenance on that front, at least, kind of how does that play out in terms of staff resources needed and what we can do with those folks, or how we can trim that FTE in the future.
There's quite a bit of turnover in health teachers, so there's often retraining that we're doing, and often there's so much new information related to health that even those that we've trained previous years, we always want to bring them back together, and we do an annual professional development day. For instance, we did that, and we were able to review opioid prevention best practices, suicide prevention best practices, and sometimes it takes more and more repetition to really feel confident in that as a teacher, or as they've tried out a program for a year, they're finding some of the issues with it, and we work on the quality improvements together as a team. Those improvements that we make in health are sustainable, because when we have a 7-year plan of instruction that gets adopted, that's basically like a standard operating procedure. It's going to be what the teachers use as their guiding work. So that's set in place, so that's sustained, and that allows me then to also start reaching into the elementary level and start working with them on how can we get into grades 3 through 5, and start some of the prevention education earlier. So that's what I have been able to pivot to do, so that instead of removing me from the work, it's just me being able to move to another layer and another step. We also are now connecting with school nurses, aiming to do some more connections between health curriculum and school nurses. So it's just, as we get something achieved, we just keep leveling up more and more. And then the public health specialists who are at the school level, a lot of that strategy district-wide is driven by me, and then they follow up and provide support to their teachers to see, do they have all their materials? Are they running into any issues? And then they bring in me or the district to help solve that issue, depending on what it is. So that staff capacity would still be needed to be able to continue to keep all of these pieces in place, because the turnover or the changes that happen frequently in schools can, even once we get something started, will just kind of disrupt it and we lose quality. So they may still implement the program, but it may not be to the level of effectiveness because they have to adapt it or they make a change, and that removes that piece that really was what worked.
So maintenance and further integration is still a pretty big job. Okay. So my other question was, so we have this powerful evaluation evidence of the success and impact of this work. I am wondering if this is helpful for us in diversifying our funding basis. And I know, there was a year or two ago, Jessica and I were, I got really excited about, we found the federal funding source and then they ended the program. And I know that we've also, we have found some, we have integrated some other revenue streams into the Healthy Schools Partnership over the last year or so, and very much appreciate those efforts to diversify and try to figure out how we can keep doing something that is very important and very successful, but also reduce the burden on the general fund. So just curious, do you picture being able to use this, this evaluation information to be able to diversify the funding sources for Healthy Schools Partnership?
Yes, we actually have had a number of conversations with existing funders, and as you alluded to, some of the integration that we've done within prevention, we hope to continue to do that and also do it a little bit more. I feel like we've just toe stepped into it, and I think there are more conversations to have with our like Oregon Health Authority program element prevention funds that we already receive. How can we make that more allowable to have a stronger crossover to fund healthy schools? Because really what is important to note is that our existing prevention programs are not separate from Healthy Schools. We are highly integrated, and so I think there's more work that can be done from a fiscal standpoint.
And as you've said, maybe this is one of the most efficient and effective ways we can deliver prevention support to young people is in schools through a partnership like this, integrated with the school district, versus trying to reach them out and about, competing with social media for their attention. So if there's things that the county should be doing, in terms of education and advocacy for OHA or for the state legislature around those opportunities and around this model that we've piloted for the state in many ways, then I hope you'll kind of bump that to the center of the radar screen for us.
Yeah, thank you. We have had some conversations. I do see some movement afoot at the state level, like the direction that we've been heading. I feel like there's some energy there. Some examples are the one-time opioid settlement boards at the state level that allowed for primary prevention funds. That was great. Also, I'm seeing work out of the Alcohol and Other Drug Policy Commission, wanting to do some collaboration with the Oregon Department of Education. So there are some directions that I think are really hopeful, that would be helpful to have some additional advocacy.
Great. Sign me up. Thanks. Any further questions or discussion?
Amy, or Jessica, I did believe I saw that there was a small refund or something that came back from Healthy Schools. It was on our financial reports the other day. I was just wondering what kind of money would have been returned.
I am sorry, I know,
I don't think it had a dollar amount with it, but there was a line item, a footnote. Maybe later we can talk about. I just wondered what we didn't spend. And honestly, if you're talking about expanding it to lower grades, what about Redmond and sister schools? Why are we going all in Ben Lapine? We've got other cities in our county
Yeah.
that have school systems.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think certainly the money that Ben Lapine Schools provides, we need to maintain that focus there. But when we think about our Deschutes County Prevention Program, we do serve those other school districts. We just don't have the Healthy Schools model, but there are services there, and we'd love to continue to expand and do better work.
Thanks.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether with these results, the other school districts are interested in moving toward this model. It is, I mean, Ben Lapine Schools, they were the ones who asked us, they invited us to partner in this way, and they put half the money on the table. So that's a lot for smaller school districts, but these results may be compelling to make that kind of investment. There's nothing else. Thanks so much for joining us today and sharing those exciting results, and we'll move on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item number 9. Sorry, we're a little off schedule. Consideration of board approval for the Black Butte Ranch Police Service District 2025 to 27 collective bargaining agreement. Oh, and we have to say that we are convening now as the governing body of the Black Butte Ranch Service District.
Here we go. Different hat.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me.
Morning, Chief.
My name's Todd Rich. I'm the Chief of Police at Black Butte Ranch Police Department. I'm happy to present you with the most recent collective bargaining agreement between the Black Butte Ranch Police County Service District and the Black Butte Police Officers Association. This agreement, if approved, would span the time of July 1st, 2025 to June 30, 2027. Negotiations on this contract began in October of 2024 between the district and the then newly formed Officers Association. Despite the fact that we didn't come to an agreement until January of this year, so just this month, I feel that this session went pretty smoothly. Maybe Mrs. Riley would disagree, but I think overall we did all right. There was a lot of volume of a new contract. We talked about a lot of language changes. We did end up in a mediation period briefly, but we were able to work through that and come to the agreement that we now have. One of the issues I want to mention to the commissioners is that at the onset of this, the district thought it was very important that we needed to up our benefits to the officers so that we stayed competitive with law enforcement in Central Oregon. To do that, we increased salaries and other benefits within the collective bargaining agreement. I think it's also worth mentioning that the union, although they are still the lowest paid in Central Oregon to their peers, they do recognize that trying to bridge that gap is going to take many contract cycles. So they are aware of that, and we are ultimately trying to work towards closing that gap over the years to come. Some of the benefits highlights that I wanted to mention to you all. There's a 10% salary increase in year 1 of the contract with an additional 5% in year 2. There'll be increases in the incentive for the officers who are getting their intermediate and advanced certificates through Oregon DPSST. Officers' health insurance will now be purchased through an individual HRA account, utilizing funds that the district will enter into that account. We've had the creation of a public information officer. We've increased in longevity pay for officers who have reached 5 years of service with the district. We now added 9 holidays to this contract. The previous contract did not have any mention of holidays in it. And we had the addition of a long-term disability insurance plan for our officers. I think it's important to mention that all but one of the line items in this contract were budgeted for previously in our FY26 budget that we're working on right now. Checks into our income and expense report as of December show that the one item that we didn't budget for we'll be able to cover within the budget and not go over our budget. We've made projections into our FY27 budget and feel that we can stay within our means with this new contract as we move forward. In summary, I feel that this agreement serves both the goals of the district and the union. And it has been tentatively agreed upon by the union and the managing board at Black Butte Ranch. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thanks for joining us. Congratulations on getting to this point. I know there's, there can be that professional moment where we're going to have to agree to disagree and then you go to arbitration. So, I mean, I can see that's the big picture here. Thanks for both, all parties to be able to get to that point. Just observation wise, I know that there's a operating levy that kind of, makes this thing whole work. So that's a commitment into the future for, future support of that. So that's one of the scenarios out there, the fact that the permanent rate's probably not covering this whole package long-term. Just just a fact, right? That's how it is. And then is the PIO a new FTE, a new position?
No,
You
it's
mentioned that?
just an additional duty that we gave to one
Oh,
of our
okay.
FTEs already. So he will now have some, be working with our social media, press releases, just trying to have someone who can be more dedicated to informing the public.
So so it's just a more focused, this is the person who does the
Correct.
public information
Correct.
efforts. Great, okay.
Well, Chief, I'm impressed that you were able to do all these things to try to get to a place where you're competitive with other law enforcement agencies in the region and still stay within your budget. So, yeah, congratulations on that.
Thank you.
And I did, that mention of the levy, it did remind me. I'm not sure where you are in the cycle of your operating levy for the Black Butte Ranch Service District.
We were before you last year. We just started our new 5-year levy. So we have some good, numbers and projections for the next 5 years.
Right.
And that was one of the reasons we went with only a 2-year contract. We wanted to live with a new contract, new language, and then also not lock ourselves into long-term pay raises without having some foresight.
Got it. Good. And so, but within, being in the second year of your levy, you're feeling pretty good about this package, at least for now, and you'll evaluate again in 2 years.
Correct.
Or
Actually,
It starts tomorrow.
no good deed.
it was unpunished.
Yeah. Very good. Well, it's helpful to have that context around the levy and the budget to evaluate this. I'm in support of moving forward.
Thank you.
So can I make the motion now?
Uh,
Any other comments?
There's no other comments or discussion. Yeah.
Yes, great job. And I would start tomorrow for next contract. It's never easy. I'm moving approval of county document number 2026-049, Black Butte Ranch Police Service District 2025 to 2027 collective bargaining agreement.
I will second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, calling for the vote. Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and chair votes yes.
Thank you very much. And if I could just take a moment to thank your assistant legal counsel. She's been amazing throughout this whole process and did a lot of work for us. So thanks to her.
It's a partnership. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
She is outstanding, isn't she? We've heard that from a lot of people, what a great job Kim does. I'm so glad she works for Deschutes County.
Glad she's not on the other side.
Yes, that is for sure.
That's good testimony. All right. So now we will reconvene as the governing body for Deschutes County and move on to item number 9, Redmond Fire and Rescue proposed contract with the Alfalfa Fire District.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Tom Kuhn, Deschutes County Public Health, and also here in my role as the County Ambulance Service Area Administrator.
Morning. I'm Dustin Miller, Deputy Chief for Redmond Fire and Rescue. I'm Chad LaValle, Fire Chief, Alfalfa Fire District.
Hey. And we are here today because Redmond would like to engage in a contract with Alfalfa Fire and Rescue for the provision of non-emergency transport. Per county legal, the county simply needs to grant permission for them to contract, not necessarily approve of the contract document itself. And as you recall, in October, I came here with Ben Fire and Rescue along with Alfalfa, but Ben Fire was contracting for the provision of emergency transport. So slightly different, and I'll allow them to give some more specifics of why they decided to go that route. And it's just a nice opportunity to bring these contracts before the commissioners so they're better informed on the work that the franchises are doing when operating as local franchise EMSs. And Dusty and Chad are happy to discuss any of the specifics of the contract.
Yeah, would you like to share any kind of overview comments, or are you just here to answer questions?
Give you some background on it. The scope of work for this contract is to capture non-emergent transport services from the Redmond Airport to any of the 4 campus hospitals in the region. Redmond Fire has provided that service in the years past, and last 2025 we performed 38 of those of our 7,900 calls were those transports from the Redmond Airport. A lot of times in the winter, the air medical agencies choose the Redmond Airport because of the maintenance, the 24-hour maintenance and the accessibility of that airport. So they fly into Redmond, and then we provide them transport to any of the 4 hospitals in the region. It comes at as a cost to our response because it's not something that we can just delay or figure out later. It's something that we need to respond to immediately and move that patient from the airport to the hospital. So having a backup plan with Alfalfa to engage them and have them come into our ASA, provide that service, and move the patient from the airplane to the hospital would be very beneficial for us.
So Dustin, this will not eliminate Redmond Fire providing that service. It's sort of like you're adding surge capacity.
Absolutely.
Okay.
How much time is normally allocated when you know someone's flying in that you're going to need to use Alfalfa? And are they given like an opportunity to respond? Like, isn't it quite a bit of a drive from Alfalfa?
It's one of the complications is we don't always know when they're coming, and a lot of times we get about a 15-minute heads up that they're landing. So in those situations, we'll pivot and make it happen. The ones where we know they're scheduled transports, these have been in the works, being planned for several hours. We can definitely plan those out and engage Alfalfa and have them arrive at the designated time.
So you do have advance warning for some of the issues.
Some of them we do, yes.
Okay, good.
And it'll just be a matter, a call comes in from whoever is landing at Redmond Airport, and Redmond Fire will evaluate, what resources they have available at the moment. If you're strained, you call Alfalfa, and Alfalfa will be able to tell you whether they have any resources available at the moment, and you'll just sort of sort it out. Okay.
Our battalion chiefs manage our district operations from day to day, and they have the best knowledge of availability and what our resource staffing is at that moment in time, and they'll make the decision whether or not to assign one of our resources or contact Alfalfa and see if they are able to provide the service.
And what is the response time from the Alfalfa Fire Station to Redmond Airport?
It's about 20 to 25 minutes, depending on obviously traffic and the post office there at Pal Butte Highway.
Conditions, yeah. Well, I was able to go out to Alfalfa Fire and say hi to the crew. I was during a board meeting, so I saw the operations there, and a new basic life support rig. Is that the right terminology for what you got going? Yeah. So, to be able to run that once in a while, hopefully there's a reimbursement that's going to be able to cover the cost of doing that. It's good exercise for the operations there too, making sure everybody's ready. Does this get routed through our 911 dispatch center at all? Or it's like a non-emergency call maybe? Is that how that would go?
Yeah, it will come through our dispatch center, which we share.
Yeah.
So they will.
And we're the governing body for that too. So that's, we get to see all that.
So they'll contact Redmond Fire and Rescue. We will we'll evaluate, and then if need to defer it, we will have them call.
Yeah. So it back, you just kind of bounce back and then next resource. So it'd be kind of the next one on the run card available. Great.
So a few years ago, La Pine Fire was, asked us to allow them to use private contractors for medical transport. To kind of have the flexibility to do that. Between the the Bend Fire Alfalfa connection and this connection, I think this is really interesting that instead of turning to private contractors, we are turning to our peer, public agencies. And it just seems like kind of optimizing for the capacity that we have within those different organizations to be able to respond to surge kind of needs at any point in time. So I'm excited to see kind of these kinds of partnerships. I think that's my understanding was that private contractor setup really didn't, it never really functioned. So I'm glad to hear that we're turning to stable, predictable, reliable, partner peer agencies to meet those needs and collaborating together in these ways. So, any further questions?
Okay, so I see that this is going to go through the end of 2027. And with the airport expansion, do you suspect that might have any impact on this?
Yeah, I don't believe the airport expansion will have much impact on this. This really is stemmed from the local hospital capacity. So if there's capacity to bring patients in from surrounding areas, they'll pull them with fixed wing aircraft. And so I don't see any really big changes in the volume with the expansion of the airport terminal.
So we're talking about like maybe flying someone in from Christmas Valley or Burns, something like that?
Yeah, anywhere in the Northwest.
Okay. Oh, nice to see you, Chad.
You too.
Yeah.
Well, I'm supportive, so I can make a motion here. It's a nice long one here. So move to authorize Redmond Fire and Rescue to enter into a formal contract with Alfalfa Fire District for the provision of a basic life support non-emergency transport services within the boundaries of the Redmond Fire and Rescue's ambulance service area as outlined in the intergovernmental agreement between the two agencies.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? If not, calling for the vote, Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. Thanks for
Commissioner.
joining us today.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 10, a public hearing on the Destiny Court Plan Amendment Zone Change Remand. Okay. Should I take it from the top with this? All right. This is the time and place set for a hearing regarding file number 247-25-000-759-A. This is a remand hearing on a Deschutes County Comprehensive Plan Amendment and Zone Change request. Staff will outline the hearing procedures that will be followed.
All right. Good morning. For the record, my name is Caroline House, and I'm a senior planner with the Deschutes County Planning Division. I have a brief PowerPoint presentation to kind of go over the hearing procedures that I think our AV person will pull up here in a second. Thank you.
Caroline, you might need to pull the mic a little closer.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. It's just I'm not sure how it's coming through on. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Much better.
Okay. Try not to eat this microphone. So continuing, today, the Board of County Commissioners will take testimony and receive written testimony concerning a Land Use Board of Appeals remand of a previously approved comprehensive plan amendment and zone change request. The scope of today's review, or this review, is limited to the specific issues identified in LUBA's remand final order and opinion number 2025-015. So I'll start with going over how the hearing will be conducted today and how to testify. I'll then have a brief staff report. Then we'll move on to the testimony portion of the hearing. The applicant will testify first and we'll have 30 minutes. The appellant, which is Central Oregon Land Watch, will have 10 minutes. And then any other parties will have 3 minutes. And lastly, the applicant will have 10 minutes for a rebuttal, and staff may make closing comments at the end. And I do want to note Chair Chang can eliminate or modify the time limits just at any time at his discretion. So today's hearing is a hybrid hearing where both in-person and remote participation is allowed. There is one difference from our standard hearing procedures, which is there has to be a verification step completed to confirm if you're going to testify or submit written testimony that you've previously participated in the review of the plan amendment zone change request. So once you are verified, we're asking everyone that's testifying to please confirm your name and also provide your mailing address to make sure that information is current. So for our in-person participants, please make sure you filled out one of the blue sign-in sheets, which is over here on the table to the right, and submit that to Brenda, who's the board's executive assistant to my left. Chair Chang will will call you to the front. Chair Chang will provide your name to me and I will verify on the participant list that you've previously participated. And once verified, Chair Chang will ask you to come up for your testimony. That's, I think, everything for that one. Sorry. For our remote participants, please make sure you've logged in using Zoom. Chair Chang will ask you to use the raise hand feature in this case to notify him that you're going to testify. To do this, you'll need to use the raise hand button if you're on a computer or smart device, or dial *9 on your keypad if you've called in. Before starting your testimony, you will be elevated to a panelist. There may be a brief pause during that transition. So just give it a second. But once you are elevated to a panelist, you'll be asked to state your full name, at which time I will confirm that you are on the participant list, and then Chair Chang will ask you to start your testimony. In addition to oral testimony, you may submit written testimony today. If you're in person, please hand that to me before starting your testimony. If you're attending remotely, you'll need to email that to me. My email is caroline.house@deschutes.org. And I do want to note that the board has issued board order number 2026-002, establishing how the record will be handled and what type of testimony can be submitted. Only new evidence related to issue 2 identified by the applicant, which is a request to complete a further analysis of the farm uses on the subject property identified by Central Oregon Land Watch. That's the only issue area that new evidence or testimony can be submitted on. But parties can submit other legal arguments or suggested findings on issue area 1 if they would like. So continuing, in addition, the chair and staff are responsible for conducting an orderly hearing. Any testimony or behavior which is inappropriate will be addressed and may result in that member of the public being removed from the hearing. Chair Chang, I will now return to the script and note that commissioners must disclose any ex parte contacts, prior hearing observations, biases, or conflicts of interest.
Does any commissioner have anything to disclose? And if so, please state the nature of same and whether you can proceed.
I have nothing to disclose and I can proceed.
So I've been participating in land use for a while now. I have no direct conflicts of interest in any fashion. And I would just acknowledge that, there's a bigger picture around some appeals like the Thousand Friends of Oregon asking us to change our ways here. So there's another kind of soap opera going on behind this, but that's not associated with this land use hearing.
Yeah. Can I ask a question? So, Caroline, you just said we need to disclose prior hearing observations. Does that include anything that we said in the public records previously, or is that what does that mean?
I'm
Yes.
like gonna defer to legal counsel to provide the scope of what that would include, just because I want to make sure we complete answer.
Because we are reopening an item, you know, under remand that we evaluated before, and I said a lot of things about this in our prior hearing.
Excuse me. Good morning, Chair Chang and Commissioners. Stephanie Marshall, Assistant Senior Legal Counsel. Oh my goodness. So the question or the request for you to disclose prior conversations around this topic. So as the board is aware, this came before you, a decision was made, it was appealed, it has come back. So similar to other applications that have followed that process, there's been a time period in which it was not before you. That is specifically what we're asking for, is if you've had any contacts with people for or against, specific to this application and the remand application. Commissioner DeBonne just mentioned that there are other, I would say, unrelated proceedings that may involve LCDC or DLCD, but those are not. So any statements you may have made on those, which are a separate matter, those don't come into play unless you were specifically making statements concerning Destiny Court. It's a little bit confusing, but I will remain up here to answer further questions you may have after that attempt at clarification.
Well, I guess I'll say then that I have nothing to disclose related to ex parte contacts, prior hearing observations, biases, or conflicts of interest. This particular application has brought up some significant policy questions about cluster development on the edge of our cities, and I am very interested in that. And I have had some discussions with people about how do we do cluster development if that is something that we from a policy perspective support. So I'll share that, but that is, I don't think that affects my consideration of the questions we will be evaluating today.
All right, thank you.
Does that sound okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I will also note for the record that after LUBA decided the appeal of this decision or this application, that was brought back before, not the decision itself, but LUBA's ruling in the decision was brought to the board for consideration in its update to the comprehensive plan. So it's a bit of a fine line, but I believe that your disclosure is sufficient, and we'll hear from the other two commissioners. And again, I'll remain up here to answer any questions.
Yeah. So, and I can confirm, I mean, there's nothing about this specific application that has been discussed. As I say, there's a bigger picture with our comp plan and some other proceedings, as you say, but not this specific application.
Okay.
Yes, I have a file that goes back to 2022, my binder from a couple years ago that I pulled out, so.
Yeah, it took me a while to get back to going back through my files to get back to October 2024 to dig up the stuff that we discussed earlier. Okay. So with that, does any party wish to challenge any commissioner based on ex parte contacts, biases, or conflicts? Anyone online? No. Okay. As no challenges are presented prior to opening the hearing, does anyone have any procedural objections to the public hearing? I see a hand. What's the process here? Do we invite the person whose hand is raised to come up? Please join us.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Carol Macbeth, and I'm a staff attorney for Central Oregon Land Watch. Land Watch does have a problem with the way that this hearing has been scheduled. We feel that it hasn't been conducted in accordance with the applicable law. ORS 1977973 governs the notices for hearings like this one. It must be mailed at least 20 days before the hearing, which was done. And it must state that all documents and evidence submitted by or on behalf of the applicant are available. The words are available for inspection at no cost, and will be provided at reasonable cost. That language that they are available means that the order of events is that the person who wants to have a remand proceeding provides their materials for that remand to the county. The county, makes them available, make sure that they are available at no cost to people, then sends out a notice saying there's going to be a hearing, which will be at least 20 days from the date of that notice, telling people you can come and see all the materials for this remand hearing. What makes the right to a hearing, which we have as opponents, and what the public has in normal hearings, although they may not be able to participate if they didn't participate before in this one, what makes that right substantial is to be able to meaningfully participate. We are guaranteed by the legislature the right to see the materials that the applicant is going to present to you 20 days in advance under ORS 19797, but we didn't get them. So this is sort of like a sham proceeding in a way that I don't believe the commissioners have the copy of what they're going to say. We don't have it. Your planning staff doesn't have it. The legal counsel doesn't have it, and no one in the audience has it. So it's not really a hearing that will be conducted this morning. It will be a soliloquy by the applicant, who is the only person, plus the people he's paid, are the only people who know what's going on here. We don't know what they're going to say. And we were supposed to have 20 days at no cost to be able to review everything that they're going to say. And of course, the record could be held open at their request if new things come up here that they didn't get a chance to say. But there's no point in the legislature creating a right for us to have 20 days to review everything, for you to have 20 days to review everything, if the applicant, as of this morning at 9:15, still had not put in anything, except the very first couple of pages of application. So I think that what needs to happen, I would, of course, consult with your counsel, but in order to comply with the law, upon getting the materials, you would have had to, again, put out a notice 20 days in advance where those materials were available. And because you didn't, I just think this is going to automatically lead to a remand. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, do you have any questions?
Well, yeah, maybe you can stick with us for a moment, but can I ask staff to kind of just review the facts on this? What materials has the applicant provided, on what time frame, and then on what time frame did we make those publicly available?
Yeah, so I can answer that. So the applicant submitted a remand request letter detailing that they want to initiate these proceedings. So that was placed into the record immediately, same day. I believe that document was uploaded. And then following the work session and getting the direction on how the record would be handled, that notice for the actual today's hearing was sent out more than 21 days in advance of today.
Okay. And so has the applicant provided us with anything besides a remand, the remand request letter?
No, they have not at this time.
And should they have? I mean, okay, now I'm going to turn to legal counsel. What are the requirements around what the applicant needs to provide, and how soon in advance, and when we should make that available to the public?
Thank you again, Chair Chang. So this, we did address this objection because it was raised to us, all staff, by Central Oregon Land Watch. And there is no requirement in the statute. We respectfully disagree that there is a requirement in the statute that the applicant submit by any submit further materials by any specific deadline. As the board is well aware, these types of applications, including remand applications, allow for the record to be left open. In fact, it allows for the board to vote on continuing the public hearing. You can open it today, hold the public hearing, continue the public hearing, hold another public hearing. You can you can leave the record open, and all parties that have participatory rights in this hearing, including Land Watch, will have a full and fair opportunity to rebut any materials that are submitted, whether today or if the record is left open at some other date during which the record is open.
Ms. Macbeth, do you want to?
Yeah, I hear what council is saying. I understand the council's viewpoint, which they did express in writing in a document that's in your record. I would disagree in the sense that following that part of the statute, the next part says that the county in its notice must state that a copy of the staff report will be available for inspection at no cost at least 7 days prior to the hearing. So the legislature knows what tense to use. So the legislature said that the materials from the applicant are available at the date of the 20 days in advance. It says that a staff report will be available 7 days before the hearing. So there's a difference is that the materials from the applicant are to be available at the same day that is going out, which is 20 days in advance. Whereas the materials for the staff report itself doesn't need to be done till 7 days before, which is will be available. That's the tense that they use. So they've created a right for us to have the documents 20 days before the hearing, not 19, not 18, not 17, and not after the hearing. Again, this is the hearing. We're in the hearing, and we don't know what they're going to say. So we can't tell you what we think back to what they're going to say. And you don't know what they're going to say, and you can't think about questions you might have or what you would like us to, or you think we might answer. It's not really a hearing. And it isn't, I appreciate your council's explaining all the rights that we do have, but those are in addition to the right to have it 20 days before the hearing. We have that right, and we have the right, if you open the record or leave it open, we could do more. But those are in addition to, they are not a substitute for the right that is established in ORS 1977973.
I'm going to look to the other half of our county legal counsel team for suggestions on how we proceed with this.
I would obviously defer to Stephanie as far as her advice, but I would think that her objections are in the record, and I would move forward with the hearing.
So we will move forward with the hearing. If there are grounds to challenge the county, then I guess we are leaving those open for people.
I explain them more fully in our written testimony that I'll be submitting today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So with that, the hearing is now open. Staff will proceed with a brief staff report.
Thank you. I have a few slides that I'm going to present. I'm starting out with the location of the subject property. Let me make sure I'm on the right slide. I'm not able to control it here. Sorry, bear with me just a second.
Is it the next slide or a different slide deck?
It's this slide, or it's this PowerPoint presentation. I
Can it be
can't. I'm trying to
advanced
make
from
it
the?
here, but yeah, if maybe you can advance it from the back, that would be appreciated.
Looks like she's trying now, maybe not be moving. There
Okay.
you go.
Perfect. All right. So the subject property is assigned address 19975 Destiny Court Bend. It's located between the city of Redmond and the unincorporated community of Tumalo. And the property is about 65 acres in size. For background, as Commissioner Dare noted, this review started back in 2022. That's when the applicant initiated their plan amendment and zone change requests to redesignate this property from agricultural to rural residential exception area on our comprehensive plan, and to change the zone from exclusive farm use to multiple use agricultural. In April of 2024, a hearings officer recommended approval. And then in January of 2025, the Board of County Commissioners voted 2-1 to approve the plan amendment zone change request. Subsequently, that decision was appealed by Land Watch to the Land Use Board of Appeals, and that decision was remanded back to the county for further review. And the applicant initiated their remand request just at the end of December within the statutory timelines of filing that request. So, as I outlined a little bit earlier, the applicant has initiated the remand proceedings to address two issues identified in that LUBA final order and opinion. The first is alleged inconsistencies with the county's comprehensive plan policy 3.3.1 and the MUA 10 zones dimensional standards. So the county's comprehensive plan, that policy identified, has a 10-acre minimum in the rural residential exception area of areas on our county comprehensive plan, except in one of our zones, but this wouldn't apply in this case. And then in the MUA 10 zone, for certain types of development, specifically planned unit developments and cluster developments, developers have a allowance for a smaller lot size, depending on open space requirements. So LUBA is asking the county to evaluate how those two, well, that policy and the zoning code should work together. And the second is LandWatch identified a number of farm uses they believe are feasible on the subject property. So the board will need to complete further analysis regarding those farm uses and whether this property is designated agricultural land. So all the record materials that have been received are published on the website on my screen, and anything that will be added today, I'll do my best to get uploaded by the end of today.
Carol, I just want to thank you for being part of the original. It's nice to have that continuity.
Yeah. And I do want to know, Anthony Regini, I was out on leave, but he did pick up for part of the process, so I appreciate his
Yes, you
support
were.
while I was out. But I'm glad to be back as well.
Rough and bumpy part.
Yeah. So just as a reminder, at the end of today's hearing, the board will be asked to do one of the following: continue the hearing to a date and time certain, close the oral portion of the hearing, and leave the written record open to a date and time certain, close the hearing and schedule deliberations to a date to be determined, or close the hearing and commence deliberations. And that's everything I have in my staff report, but I am available for any questions.
Okay. If my fellow commissioners have no further comments before we get into it, it is time to begin taking testimony. So the order, as Caroline described, will be the applicant, the appellant, and then any other parties who are interested in providing comment. And Caroline, can you just to make it abundantly clear, who has standing to provide testimony today? It's not restricted to people who have given testimony prior, in earlier in the pre-remand phase.
Anyone that participated previously as part of the hearings officer's recommendation review or the Board of County Commissioners process, so actually commented or testified, will have standing. Okay. So I have a list of all those participants, and that's how we'll do the check. I don't know if anyone's going to testify today besides the applicant and LandWatch. No one's reached out to me.
Okay, but no one who hasn't been engaged before is eligible or allowed to provide testimony today.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Mr. Katsaroff, please join us.
Pick the wing.
Yeah. 20.
Can you hear me okay? Whoa. Hot. Resounding. Maybe I should move over there.
Maybe it's your laptop.
Could be. I'll get rid of it. Seems like I'm just got a resonating personality. So maybe I'll move over here. Is that any better? All right. Good morning, commissioners. For the record, Ken Katsaroff, here for the applicant. My address is 360 Southwest Bond Street, Suite 300, Bend, Oregon 97002. I'm gonna try to keep my presentation under 30 minutes. So I have a couple of clarifying comments that I would like to make regarding at least the applicant's opinion of who can testify. And then if you want to, I prefer to save it to later to address language's procedural objection, but I'm happy to discuss that now if that would be fruitful. To start with, it's the applicant's opinion that anybody who has not submitted testimony cannot submit testimony, with the exception that the record has been reopened on issue number 2. And as the applicants have regularly done before Deschutes County, anytime they are submitting new evidence, bringing in new experts to testify, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Those folks have submitted letters, et cetera. We have one of our experts here today to provide some testimony during the applicant's time period. This remand is a little bit different than some of the other ones we've previously done or recently done. It's nice to be back here for the first hearing in 2026 that I'm participating in. But this one's pretty narrow. We have 2 issues. The first is a interpretive issue related to the county's comprehensive plan and how it jives with some code language in the code. And we think that it does. And we think that the county has already interpreted its comprehensive plan as part of the new 2040 plan to address exactly this issue. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. All I want to say is that we think that the county has an interest in interpreting its code consistent with its 2040 plan and consistent with state law. And so we're asking that the county make that interpretation, meaning lot size should be minimum of 2 acres. With equivalent density of 1 residence per 10 acres, which is what was intended, we believe, and what the county has previously interpreted to mean. For full clarification, again, I'm not even sure that issue really matters that much. This decision is really about the comprehensive plan and zone change and has nothing to do with the tentative plan. Originally, this application came before the board or came before Deschutes County in tandem with a tentative plan subdivision application. I'm happy to report that application has been withdrawn and that if and when a new subdivision application is applied for, that it will either be a PUD, a cluster, or a 10-acre subdivision. But that's not a matter for today. However, for lack of a better term, belt and suspenders, the applicant, as a condition of approval, if this application is approved, would consent to a conditions of approval agreement to be recorded against the property that would dictate the type of development, meaning 2-acre minimums if it's a PUD or cluster, or 10-acre subdivision lots. So that would be consistent with rural levels of development, consistent with the code, consistent with the comp plan, state law, et cetera. So
Question real quick. So you're saying 2 acres, if there was an application for development, 2 acres is the right place to be, not this 1.7 that was mentioned. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Okay. Correct. And that is only in the context of having a cluster or a PUD where there's the associated offset of 8 acres preserved open space. So it's equivalent of 1 per 10 acres, which is consistent with the comp plan policies. And at least as I understand it, state law on what is a rural level of development. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Otherwise, I'm going to move on to issue 2.
Please proceed.
All right. Issue 2. Again, this board may remember the 710 case. This is a very different case than the 710 case. At this point, the only consideration here is whether the subject property itself, not in conjunction with any other properties, not any other farm operation in any way, shape, or form, whether this subject property is suitable for particularized farm uses. It's not the whole gamut of farm uses. It's only those farm uses that were raised by Central Oregon Land Watch, particularly animal husbandry and equine uses that were not rebutted by the applicant previously. Essentially, to shortcut what the Luba decision said, Central Oregon Land Watch said you could do a whole bunch of different things. The applicant said, no, you can't, but didn't necessarily produce enough evidence on certain uses. And so Luba said, well, you need to address those. And so that's what we're here to do today. We're here to address the particularized farm uses as well as the suitability factors, because at the end of the day, that's what the legal standard is. Is this property suitable for farm use, given the factors found at OAR 660, 033, 00201 AB? And those are largely, I'm not going to list them all, but it's suitability for grazing, soil fertility, technological energy inputs. In our view, and in past case law, that has included things like improvements to the property, necessary improvements, meaning fencing, irrigation, barns, other sorts of facilities. All of that has been how LUBA has looked at this and the Court of Appeals in the past, and in fact, how LUBA has kind of looked at it already in this case. And so what we did today is we submitted some evidence, including three experts, Greg Mohan, who runs a ranch and used to be the Central Oregon Hay Growers Association president for many years. He walked the property and gave his opinion on how this property, and in relation to the suitability factors, is not suitable for the farm uses that are in question. We also have a letter in there from Matt Cyrus, who did the same. And lastly, from Rand Campbell, who did the same. We've also included some additional information regarding some other, what I would call fringe farm uses that weren't really on the table, but that we wanted to provide into this record, including, for example, the USDA's agricultural census for Deschutes County, meaning what people in Deschutes County are actually doing. The reason I did that is because it looks at what are actually accepted farm practices and farm uses that are actually being done in the county. For example, although not at issue today, don't want to muddy the waters too much. This is going to be a pun, but aquaculture is something that in theory is allowed as a farm use in Deschutes County. Nobody's doing it. And so to say that aquaculture might be something that you could do on this property, which you could also do on a Walmart parking lot, for example, that's just not something that's really an accepted farm practice here. And so it's not really relevant. Nobody's doing it either. So that's some of the information that we've provided. One of the interesting things about this case is the soils are really bad, just like the 710 case. And we've actually quantified in this record now what you could make in terms of gross profit on an AUM basis, and it's about $3,300. And so that is on, 65 or so acres, which is less than what the property taxes would be. That's without considering any sort of improvements that would be required to make, including fencing, facilities, et cetera. I think that's the last thing I want to say as an overview. I would love the board to hear from one of the folks who submitted a letter, which is Rand Campbell. And then I would like to spend a little bit of time, actually not in rebuttal, but now addressing what I think is the proper interpretation of ORS 197-797 and the hearing responsibilities. But I wanted to make sure we got our content in first. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Rand for a couple minutes. Okay. And I would use this one since that one doesn't like
not the short one. Good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me? My name's Rand Campbell. I have a hay farm in Tumalo and a ranch in Grant County. I was retained by the applicant to look at the current and historic uses of the subject property and provide an analysis of the feasibility of some different farm uses on that property. My analysis, which has been submitted to the record, is based on a site visit, my personal observations of the property, historic aerial images that I reviewed, conversations with the applicant, the soil report, it's also in the record, and my personal experience. An overview of the property, as Caroline mentioned, it's 65 acres in total. It's on the north end of Bend. It's basically located it's on the east side of the river, but located between the Deschutes River Canyon and basically residential properties along O.B. Riley Road. So it's on that elevated kind of upland terrace between the River Canyon and residential properties. The far west end of the property extends down into the Deschutes River Canyon, and that portion of the property is really steep and rocky. I mean, you couldn't get livestock down to the river that way. Plus, there's a public trail, the Deschutes River Trail, that runs along the river. So that portion of the property, it's about 7.5 acres, that's within the Deschutes River Canyon, is basically unusable for farm uses. So that leaves the bulk of the property. It's about 57.5 acres of the property that's on the upland area. It consists of rocky rangeland. The soils are shallow, sandy, rocky. They have low fertility and low water holding and nutrient holding capacity, which limits the potential for crop production and livestock grazing. About 2/3 of the property is very hilly, undulating topography with rocky outcrops, and then there's about 1/3 that's been manipulated by people. Basically, the surface rocks have been removed, and there was a full circle pivot and a half circle pivot in those two areas, irrigation pivot, and they were irrigated. Basically, the former owner had scraped off some of the top rocks and moved them to the outside of these pivot circles, and then put in a couple small pivots, and then they were later removed after that was ultimately unsuccessful. The property is not suitable so I'm going to talk about the kind of the high points of my analysis, and then at the end, if you guys have any questions, just ask me the questions, and we can go back over any of the other points that I don't hit. So the property is not suitable for livestock grazing due to the limited forage production, the poor soils, the expected operating costs, and conflicting surrounding uses. It's estimated that based on the soils on the property and the soil characteristics, the estimated annual forage production is about 45,000 pounds of total dry matter, which leaves for net usable forage about 12 to 17 animal unit months, or AUMs, per year, depending on if they're rotationally grazed and if the precipitation during the year, is it a good year? Is it a bad year? Are the animals in there all year long? Are they in there rotationally? But the key is that the property just doesn't support it doesn't grow a lot of forage, so it doesn't support very many animals. And I've broken it down into a few in my letter, and here a few different ways of thinking about this. These AUMs, or animal unit months. So it's the total property would support somewhere in a typical year, somewhere between 12 to 17 AUMs. That translates to about 1 cow-calf pair grazing continuously for the year, or about 15 to 17 pairs grazing for 1 month if they're just brought to the property, put on the property, ran for 1 month, then taken off. Or
Mr. Campbell,
Oh, yeah.
These production estimates you're providing to us, are those with or without water application?
Those are based on the soil characteristics without irrigation. Then basically it would be improved to some extent, but not a lot. And but yeah, based on the hard numbers are based on without irrigation water.
So
And
so while Luba instructed us that we should consider these lands as possessing water rights. I know that there's been efforts to extinguish those water rights, but Luba directed us that we should consider these lands with water rights.
Yeah.
You do not have estimates of the productivity of the land with water application.
Commissioner Chang, and what the soils report does is it also talks about how much water the soil can hold. So whether or not we apply water still has some differential in terms of production, but the soil fertility itself shows that it doesn't hold water. It doesn't hold water, it doesn't hold nutrients. And so you'll have some increase. We don't have a way to really quantify that more than what's in the soil report. So we have to assume that you can have some water, but it's not going to significantly change what the AUMs are.
And when you've discussed the investments that would need to be made to farm this land, did you make any calculations about soil amendments, related to soil amendments, or soil improvements? Or was that just about hardware?
I mean, a lot of it's about the hardware because that's a huge cost. And I mean, basically, that's the upfront cost, and putting in a bunch of, expensive irrigation system at the beginning, no reasonable person's going to do that. And given the expected costs, and then
You all just said that, one of the main reasons that the soil is not so good is because of its lack of water retention capacity. So if that's the root of why you don't think the soil is good, but you didn't evaluate for amending the soil as part of the investments that would need to be made to farm the land, then I don't think we really have I don't think you're providing a very good understanding of the actual potential of the landscape.
I guess so. It's part of the issue with the soil study and the estimated production is that that's based on like NRCS data and what that data says the soils can make, unirrigated. There was some data in the soils report about irrigating it would potentially increase the forage production a little bit, but not significantly. So one of your questions.
I'm not talking about fertilizer, applying fertilizer. I'm talking about amending the soil, actually improving the soil.
Improving the soil. So like one of the issues is like the limited nutrient holding capacity, limiting water holding capacity. But the other issue is just the soils are shallow. Like the vast majority of the property, you couldn't like use a disc or a plow on. You couldn't till it up to then plant it with, a seed drill. It just doesn't, like, there's rocks in the soil and it's just not very deep. Besides the fact that it's sandy and it doesn't hold the water and the nutrients well, you just physically can't plow it up, and it's not deep enough for most plants like roots, and using the machinery itself would be nearly impossible. I mean, the two former pivot areas are like flat enough to use equipment on, and like the top rocks have been scraped off, but like you can still see that there's big rocks under the ground that are like right at surface level. So if you're trying to plow that up to reseed it, you're not going to, be able to plow through that rocky.
I think Commissioner Chang's trying to point out, if you bring semi trucks full of topsoil or compost in there, is there an analysis, how many X truckloads for certain area?
Yeah. So, I mean, farmers in Deschutes County do have access to tens of thousands of tons of almost free compost. And, before we declare soils completely hopeless, I would like us to consider that, and it's quite possible that even if it's delivered virtually for free, that the application and then, other things that you would need to do to actually use that tens of thousands of tons of compost are cost prohibitive or challenging, but I'm not going to find an analysis persuasive that does not consider how to amend the soil to improve nutrient contents, depth, water retention capacity.
Yeah, and I think your point of like you could bring in compost to increase the fertility of the soil is a good point. In this particular property, though, I mean, so 2/3 of it is like rocky outcrops. I mean, really, really rocky. Like you would never be able to spread any kind of manure around on that. And then you've got the two relatively flat areas that were formerly pivots. And it's just too rocky to get that manure or compost mixed into the soil with conventional farming equipment. And then, I mean, the profit margins are slim for farming on good ground in Deschutes County. And then to say you're going to make these extraordinary efforts on this, poor quality rangeland, and somehow that's going to be profitable. And I didn't go into great depths in this analysis of explaining that, but it seemed kind of outside the scope to me.
I'm tracking you if you want to grow hay, and if you want to grow hay across the entire property. But there's the soil report said there was 21 acres of class 3-4 soils. I actually don't know how that overlaps with the area that the pivot and half pivot were put in, but I don't think we have to talk about the entire property being put to agricultural production, and whether the output of 58 acres is would be good. I think we need to focus in on the part that has potential, what that can produce, and what it could be used for. Some of the things that some of the potential uses that were raised were, for example, an equine facility. An equine facility doesn't have to grow that much hay. It could grow some pasture. That would be great. And there could be imported feed of various kinds. And you can have a very, very profitable and viable, equine facility. And there were other potential farm uses raised by the appellant. And I'd like you to speak to, or you yourself, or applicant's legal counsel, to speak to not every potential farm use, which we've excluded a lot of, but the potential farm uses that were identified in the appeal.
Let me address part of that, Commissioner Chang. If you would like us to provide some sort of analysis on what it would look like to enrich the soils, meaning there may be compost available, but I am not aware of any operator in Deschutes County that provides it for free. But if you would like to understand what those technological and energy inputs would require or cost, we're happy to track that down and submit it to this record.
Our compost operation at the county provides, for large scale deliveries for farmers, is providing, in some cases, a compost virtually for free.
I'm happy to see what we can track down and get it into this record. On the question of equine facilities, before Mr. Campbell potentially addresses that also, we have also included in here in the record a pro forma on what an equine facility would look like on this property. Even as many as 20 boarding stalls would not be a profitable operation on this property due to many of these considerations that we're talking about. Establishment of pasture is something that is very, I would say, necessary or required for a successful equine facility. And so that's how all of them in Deschutes County are run. And that is something that simply cannot happen here. It would be a multiple step, if even possible. So that's already been addressed in this record. But if you have other things you want to say about it.
So Mr. Kassaroff, that's in this little packet here that we just got this morning. All right, well, I will need time to evaluate that.
Regarding establishing a horse facility on the property, one of the biggest issues with that is that the property lacks the necessary infrastructure for a horse facility. As you guys know, horse facilities, they come with a lot of improvements, and typically people buy a property and then, add some of these improvements and buy a property that has been used for keeping horses and has a barn, has an arena, and then, start, reusing it for boarding and training purposes. The subject property in this case does not have any barns, hay storage buildings, arenas, paddocks, pastures, irrigation systems, access roads, you know, it's got these two small kind of paddocks that were and they're kind of falling into disrepair. They're were originally created for horses. They're PVC rail fence, and they're kind of in disrepair now. That PVC fence ages over time, so it's plastic. And then there's one loafing shed for horses. But you know, to have a horse boarding facility, there's some serious infrastructure improvements that you know, somebody would have to buy this property, want to turn it into a horse facility, then pay all these costs, you know, and then run a profitable horse operation on it. And it's just simply not a good property for doing that. Again, back to the soils being rocky and shallow. I mean, this is a place that's going to be difficult to, one, turn into pasture. And I know, you know, people do want pasture for their horses to graze on when they're boarding their horses, even though that's not the primary, you know, food they're eating. They do want pastures. But the rocky soils and the rocky outcroppings would make it difficult and expensive to build pastures. You know, just, you know, there's like a rocky outcropping. It's going to be tough to build fences around it and do all your pastures for your horses so that there's kind of a cohesive flow. You have limited area that's flat space to build like your barns, your indoor outdoor arenas, you know, your trailer parking, all those kind of things take flat space, and the majority of this property is rocky outcrops, and it would not be cost effective to use this property as a horse facility because the development costs would be high. I mean, if you're going to have like pastures for horses, you've got to have water troughs in each of those pastures. Well, you're going to have to pipe to those water troughs, and this soil on this property is so rocky, you would have to hydraulic hammer all your ditches to all those troughs, and then you've got to build, you know, your little horse pastures, but weave them in and out of the rocky outcroppings. And then in the end, you don't even have ground that grows good pasture. I mean, those are the main reasons why I don't think the property is suitable for a horse facility. And then another point that I wanted to touch on that I think is particularly interesting in this case is that the subject property is functionally isolated in this pocket of EFU land. There's basically 4 parcels that are EFU zoned on the east side of the river. One of them's a state park property, and then one of them's the subject property in the middle. Then there's 2 EFU zone properties north of the subject property, and those are both approved for non-farm dwellings. They are residential properties not expected to be used for farm use now. So that leaves the subject property as the only EFU zone property in this little pocket, or the only EFU zone property that's expected to be used for farm use in this little pocket. And then around that, you have residential properties in the MUA 10 zone and the RR 10 zone. And there's just a lot of conflicting uses. You know, when adjacent properties are similarly used, neighboring ranchers and farmers, you know, share a common interest in keeping the fences maintained and sharing that responsibility. You know, looking for potential points where the fence is getting weak and livestock might escape, and, promptly notifying the other neighbors if they see, you know, some livestock that got out. I mean, you lose those benefits when you have a farm zone property that's surrounded by residential properties, and it increases the risk to the livestock producer as well. You know, if you have cattle in a farm field and your neighbors cattle in their field and your cow gets out, and you know, in the neighbor's field, that's not a big deal. But if your cow gets out and runs across a few different lots in a subdivision, that's, you know, one, it's going to be harder to catch them, and 2, they're probably going to do some damage on their way. And this property is surrounded by residential properties, and that, would make it hard to be a profitable location for a livestock operation or a horse facility. I mean, the part of the property is bordered by public land. You have potential from, recreation. People with dogs could get on the property and harass the horses or other livestock, trespass. The property is just not functioning as part of a larger agricultural landscape. Like you brought up fertilizers. Well, a lot of times when like the fertilizer company comes to spread fertilizer, they'll spread on the neighbor's place and then your place and go down the way.
And I didn't mention fertilizers.
Okay.
I talked about was another soil mem-
Right, that's just another example of like it's helpful for farm properties to be near each other rather than to be isolated.
Yeah. You mentioned that you ranch out in Grant County. I would be interested to know, are you familiar with other ranches that use non-adjacent properties?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, your lands, your grazing lands don't always have to be contiguous to be functioning parts of a ranch operation. So I think that's an important consideration. I hear all your concerns about, having this be an isolated agricultural property surrounded by rural residences, but it doesn't have to be adjacent to other agricultural properties to be a functioning part of a ranching operation.
Yeah, I get what you say. Like somebody could bring like cows or whatever livestock and drop them off there for a little while. The things I was focusing on about it being isolated are like with that in mind. If you bring the cattle to this property, then you still have these conflicting uses because like if you're bringing like say you wanted to use the property for a month to raise, to graze cattle. You're the operator. You've got to go out there and fix all the fences, make sure they're in working order. Well, if you have other neighbors around you that are raising livestock, it's going to be in their interest to fix all the fences too. But when you have a bunch of residential properties around you, they don't care if, the fence is fixed. So that just leaves, more work, more cost for the person trying to raise livestock on this property, where if they were near other farm properties that were actually being used for farm use, they would share that.
I guess I would say that I have seen rural residents of the county fight more about fences than other people. For example, we were considering a mule deer winter range overlay amendment, and it would not have significantly impacted fence practices for people who are farming on EFU property, but it would have impacted rural residents who, on rural residential or MUA zone properties, and they were very, very upset about not being able to adequately fence their properties and expressed ample willingness to invest in fences to keep the boundaries of their properties. So I hear what you're saying, but I also believe that rural residences are very interested in shared fence lines.
I want to address a couple of quick things. First, I think the comments about contiguous and adjacent use, Mr. Campbell is articulating that there are conflicts when there's an EFU property surrounded by residential uses, not that this could be used in joint operation with other non-contiguous or adjacent properties. That's not what we're here for today, and that's not on the table per Luba's remand instruction. It's more about, he was highlighting there's some conflicts that can occur when a property is isolated. One last thing about your question on improvement of soil. I mean, the entire review of this on the suitability factors is about the land itself. It focuses on the soil fertility, et cetera, not on what you do in terms of changing how the land actually operates. It looks at what that might cost, what those improvements might look like. But I'm wondering if it might be outside of the scope to look at fully changing the soil itself on the property. Where this case law has taken it, and when it's looking at those sorts of things, it's only looked at, and this is why I brought it up, it's only looked at what happens if you add, at least as far as I'm aware, what happens when you fertilize the soil to try to increase fertility, not wholly change what the makeup of the property is in terms of the soil ability capacity improvement. Now, we'll do our best to provide some information of what that might look like, but as I've ever seen this case law ever interpreted, it has been, you're looking at the characteristics of the land. That's what the Supreme Court said also, and why the characteristics of the land make it unsuitable for farm use, not a wholesale change. Otherwise, you're looking at a Walmart parking lot, and that's very clearly what the court has stayed away from. It said, this is not what we're looking at. We're not looking at wholesale changes. We're looking at what are things that a reasonable farmer would do in order to improve the land to make it suitable.
And Mr. Katzroff, I'll also say that this all ties into the way that you attempt to interpret what the profitability criteria around farming. I mean, because basically all of the things that you've been talking about today, this is why it's hard, this is why it's difficult, this is why you would need to do so much, matter the most if you believe that this land needs to make a profit to be farmed and to be considered agricultural land. And in this review from LUBA that we got back, I was intrigued to read that they said, well, we think you're interpreting, you're elevating profitability as a criteria too strongly and maybe in incorrect ways. This is not about whether someone actually does make a profit. This is about intent to make a profit. And that does not need to be, well, I mean, talk to LUBA about that. I'm reading there, they said that, they discounted some of the concerns of the appellant, and then others, they said, the county needs to make further findings on this. And you're welcome to try to elaborate on your ideas about profitability. But what I heard from LUBA is that it's an open question and we get to consider that, and they don't think that you are assigning appropriate weight or evaluating profitability as a consideration correctly.
So I want to be clear here, that LUBA decision was not litigated by myself or how I think of or apply profitability. Profitability is not a factor in the rule. However, each and every one of the factors in the rule, at some point in time, you have to look at and say, based upon this factor, is there a way for a farmer to make a go at it? It is not a profitability factor. And if you read the 710 decision, which was my case, that's what
I thought you said we were trying to keep this distinct and separate from the 710 case.
What I said is that what we're looking at here is different. In that case, we were looking at much broader farm uses and whether you could do it in conjunction with other lands. That's not what we're doing here. What we're doing here is looking at the factors in relation to this property only. It's not about profitability. That's not a factor. But each and every one of the factors ties back into, and you can make an argument based upon this factor makes it prohibitive. And that's what we articulated in 710, and that's what LUBA and the Court of Appeals affirmed. So that case was also after in time in terms of, I think, can't remember. I'm pretty sure that the LUBA decision came out after. In terms of the remand decision, maybe not. But I didn't litigate this case at LUBA. And so the analysis and how I have interpreted and applied the rules is different. And so That's all I can say on that. So don't shame me on that LUBA decision or the interpretations that were put forward by the applicant, because I didn't represent the applicant.
I'm not shaming you. I'm just explaining what Luba explained to us about profitability.
And it's not a factor, but it certainly, you can tie factors to show why this makes it unrealistic for a reasonable farmer to try to make a go at it based upon the suitability factors. And that's what we've attempted to prove in this record so far. If you would like more information on potentially increasing soil viability, I'm happy to try to get you that information and submit it to this record if the board chooses to leave it open. I'm going to address 797 really quickly because I think it's important to this conversation about the record being left open, which is what that statute is it's how a county or city proceeds with its hearings. And what the provision says is that the county has to make available any information that we provide within a certain amount of time period. It does not have any burden on an applicant or say that an applicant has to submit anything in advance of a hearing. It says anything that you have received as a county or a governing body, you have to provide it to everybody else. And that's what the case law says, because back when hearings were starting in Oregon, cities and counties would get a bunch of data and they wouldn't make it available to people. It has no bearing on whether or not, if I don't submit anything at all before a hearing and I just show up and give it to you, there's no bearing on it, on that statute and how, whether or not there's a procedural objection. There isn't, because we didn't submit anything other than what county staff immediately put up. Now, to address the issue, if the board wants to leave open the record on a standard 777, like it always does when this record objection has been made in pretty much every case that I've ever been involved in my entire career, then so be it. That, as far as I'm concerned, cures the issue, because Ms. Macbeth and Landwatch can look at the evidence and then decide to submit rebuttal evidence if they so choose. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. So it has no bearing on whether or not, or the conduct in which an applicant has to provide, or when the applicant has to provide. And I will say on the last note on this, I have an ethical obligation for my client to put on the best case that I can. And what that means is I submit the evidence at the time and place that it makes sense, so that they don't get 2 extra months or 20 extra days or whatever. Because if I were able to, if I were to put everything out in front of everybody at every time, I would probably have an ethical responsibility that I have failed, because that's not putting on my case. So if there's a tension in the statute and my responsibilities, that's a statewide policy discussion and not a procedural objection in a hearing. And I guess one last thing, which is, everybody knew the scope of this remand, including Landwatch. And if they wanted to provide evidence that said you could do some of these uses, they have the same amount of time as we have to provide contrary information. Happy to provide any other additional information or answer questions or address them in rebuttal.
Yeah, thank you for laying out all the lawyer gamesmanship that happens and, procedural details. I will say, as a decision maker, that I would much prefer, if you are going to try to persuade me of certain things, persuade me that this property is not suitable for farming, that all of this evidence that you are providing to persuade me of that, I would like to see it more than right before the hearing. Like you said, oh, well, it's in your packet. That's great. But I've been engaged in trying to listen to Mr. Campbell's testimony and to your testimony. I don't have time to read this while I'm listening to you. I'm not that, I'm not that multitasking person. So, for me to evaluate this evidence that you've provided thoroughly, and to give it fair consideration, I would suggest that you try to get it to us earlier next time.
I do have a question for Rand. Rand, if let's say you were going to have some cattlemen bring in their cows, that 15 to 17 pair for 1 month, what kind of a bill what kind of revenue would that bring in if they were just going to run the cows for 1 month on the property?
I mean, a lot of it would be based on.
I mean, if it's just the dry grass that's there now, let's say it's the spring and there's a little green grass.
I mean, it'd be like less than $1,000.
Okay, to run that,
on the top.
that field.
I mean, yeah, usually, I mean, a lot of ways people, put a cost on, grazing leases is like the cost of AUMs per how many AUMs you're gonna get. The on one end of the spectrum is like federal grazing leases, which are
Right.
low to like higher quality. Yeah, I mean, off the top, it would, so would we have 15 times, like if it were $25 an AUM, yeah, in the few hundred dollars. Sorry, my mental math's not very good. But yeah, I mean, it's less than $1,000.
Yes.
I would say a few $100.
Yeah.
And I actually think there's a previous lease that was terminated on the property in this record, the Ferguson lease.
Mhm.
And my recollection without pulling it out is that it was in that range of $1,000 or less.
Their lease of the Fergusons, that's interesting that there was this attempt to really use it for the property for profitable livestock, for leasing it for grazing purposes for a summer. And the Fergusons were the ones who leased it, and they ran about a dozen cows or pairs on the property for a month. And their agreement was the Fergusons basically leased the property for free, but they had to pay for the electrical bills and then had to maintain the pivot. And this is when the pivot irrigation system was in place, and like the whole irrigation system's in place. There were some grasses growing. So they really had like the best opportunity to make a go at this. They didn't have to, pay for any of the irrigation, the pump, everything. Electrical's all hooked up. They just had to pay the utility bills and then pay for liability insurance. And it didn't work for them. There's an affidavit from the Fergusons in the record, but they said, yeah, they could only keep the cows there for a month, and it wasn't as long as they thought, and the property just did not produce very much forage, and it wasn't worth it, and it couldn't cover the costs of the bills, the electric bills for the power, for the running the irrigation system, and probably the liability insurance. But and then the ongoing maintenance costs of fence and stuff like that. So the Fergusons were leasing it for free before, and they just sharing those costs, they couldn't, make a profit in using the property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, number one, again, making a profit is not the criteria we need to think about. And number two, I just want to say, we can think of lots of potential agricultural futures for a chunk of EFU zone land. There are a whole bunch of really energetic, passionate young farmers in our community who are doing direct-to-market produce production. And to use Mr. Katzarov's analogy, you could start that in a Walmart parking lot, because they basically build a soil profile that can grow abundant vegetables and fruits from it in small areas. But what's critically important for those folks to get started, reasonably priced EFU zoned land, water rights. And so looking at an application like this, where an attempt was made to extinguish water rights from a piece of land in order to support a rezone application, looking at an application like this, where in the process of rezoning this land from EFU to a different zoning, you will dramatically increase the raw price of the land. If I'm thinking about those folks out there who want to start farming, whose primary need is a piece of land that's reasonably priced and access to water, I am seeing opportunity go away with this. So that's, at the policy level, that's the way I'd like us to think about this this case. And you don't need to respond to that. Thank you.
So,
proceed now.
when you say we, you do have strong opinions, but please understand, I mean, I'm not going down any of the paths you're going on with the concepts here. So, I mean, we all have our opportunities to speak,
You're
but don't.
very welcome. You're very welcome to. We when I say we, I'm talking about this county that is responsible for land use to our citizens who want there to be farming opportunities in the future.
Multiple use.
I'm not saying we,
agriculture,
you and I, and Commissioner Adair.
Wouldn't it be a dream to have access to 10 acres called multiple use agriculture to be able to do what you were referring to? So I'm just pointing out that there's an opportunity either way.
No, not if the water rights have been extinguished in order to support a rezone application to produce luxury rural residential development.
I make one response, which is, I agree with you. There's a policy decision to be made, but one of those policy decisions is whether or not the application of water to soil that doesn't work is the best use of that water, or whether it should go to other EFU lands that can actually use that water in a meaningful way. And I submit that it's a better use of that water for it to be used on properties that can actually use it, particularly when we have water challenges exacerbated even this year. So that's what I would say.
Well,
policy.
I don't think you have a good understanding of the inventory of lands within the irrigation districts within this community, because there's a whole lot of land with with soil like this where people are applying water right now. And there is a whole lot of need. There's a whole lot of need if we actually want land that's EFU zoned to be good agricultural land to amend soil, and there's not necessarily a lot of efforts to do that around the community. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Rand.
Thank you.
Okay. We will hear from the appellant now and then other parties.
Thank you, Commissioners. Again, my name for the record is Carol Macbeth, and I'm a staff attorney for Central Oregon Land Watch. In addition to keeping the Commissioners uninformed about what they are going to say at all here today, it seems as though the applicant thinks that you may have vision problems, because Record 295 to 296 shows this property with irrigated hay growing on it and cattle, 24 head of cattle grazing on it. That is in front of your own eyes at pages 295 and 296 of the record. So unless you couldn't see properly, you would know that the property has been used to produce an irrigated hay crop. There has been fully irrigated on 29.84 acres. Moreover, the applicant's experts have contradicted each other. The applicant's soil expert in the record at page 1072 stated that the NRCS soil report was generally consistent with what he found. And what the NRCS report says on record 1072 is that this land has 21.3 acres of 38B. 38B is predominantly class 3 when irrigated. Now, the soil expert didn't realize legally that it's irrigated, but as Luba has explained, that's the case. So basically, there's 21.3 acres of land that is 50% class 3. And I think that Mr. Campbell is mistaken, and this is fairly common type of mistake I've seen before in these cases, but class 3 means that it's farmable for crops. Plus, you guys can see that it is, because there's already been a hay crop on it that is photographed. But when it is classified as class 3, which the applicant's expert agrees with for those 21.3 acres, well, that means it's farmable. The number of rocks that may be there are the number of rocks that will not keep it from being farmable, because that's what it means. And so to say something is class 7 and rocky, class 6 and rocky, and class 3 and rocky, that's misunderstanding it. Class 3, 4, 5, 6, these are all with the rocks. The reason it's 6 is because it's got rocks. It's not 6 and boy does it have rocks. It's not 3 and boy does it have rocks. This is classified as the NRCS has said, and the applicant has agreed with. There's a lot of class 3, and it's been irrigated before. So that it isn't true that it's too rocky to be farmed, because it's 50% class 3 over 21.3 acres. And it has more than that in irrigation water rights. Moreover, I would point out that the applicant just stated that the fence around the property was created for horses. Okay, it was created for horses because, as the staff report mentioned, this lab property has also been used for grazing horses in the past. So it's really getting difficult to see why it couldn't be used for a horse equine facility of some kind. What the applicant has considerable confusion about native soils versus the activity of farming, farm use. The native soils may be sandy, and I believe that the experts said they're sandy and they don't have much water capacity, but he also said that management for farming, presumably management for farming management, requires that the soils be amended, which is what Commissioner Chang has been saying. That's what farming is. That's what you do, is if you want to manage it for farming, you amend the soils. We've enclosed, in our comments, we've enclosed the OSU Extension Service, the Oregon State University Extension Service for Central Oregon, explaining the types of amendments that are practiced in Central Oregon on Central Oregon farms to grow a variety of crops. I think there's about, I don't know, there might be 100 different crops that we've got evidence of here from the OSU Extension Service of what varieties of crops are grown commonly in Central Oregon. All these beets, rhubarbs, kohlrabi, corn, what elevation, what type of soil, what would you have to do to make it happen? That's all in the OSU Extension Service. This is the first exhibit in our materials. We also brought evidence and attached it of all of the farm uses. So we raised that irrigated crops as a farm use on this property. And given the opportunity to add additional evidence that LUBA gave us on remand, we've provided examples of numerous farms and ranches across this region that are producing all of these different crops for the primary purpose of obtaining a profit and money. So the question before you isn't, does Central Oregon have good soils? That's not the question. Are the native soils like the greatest? No, that's been known since people came and settled here, and we built the irrigation facilities that we have. We added water to the desert. These soils are not the greatest. What happens is they are farmed. Irrigated lands are farmed, and when they are farmed, they will be improved by the farmer, because that's what farmers know how to do. And they can grow lavender, they can grow, as I said, kohlrabi, any one of these. There are several examples of goat farms. Glimfeather Farms grows Nigerian dwarf goats in sisters, and they breed them, and they make goat milk soap out of them. And there's others who raise lambs for slaughter, and they sell shares for pieces of lamb. There's simply no reason that this property can't be used in the same way. We have also provided evidence that, according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, this is the same climate zone that extends from here out to Prineville, north up to Madras, and south down to the Lake County line. So the farms that we've given you examples of, and the crops that we've given you examples of, according to the OSU Extension Service, those farms and ranches are all operating right now, as Commissioner Chang alluded to, for the primary purpose of obtaining a profit at money by selling community-supported agriculture shares, by selling at farmers markets, by selling to restaurants, and by selling at the farmers markets out in Bend and Sisters and across Central Oregon. They are in the same climate, they're in the same ecoregion, and they're in the same plant hardiness zone. All of these are measures from the United States Department of Agriculture, the Oregon State University, from the Environmental Protection Agency, and from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, all explaining that all of these farms and ranches are under the same abiotic conditions. That means there's no difference between them when it comes to those factors, about like climatic conditions, or what are the accepted farming practices. All of these accepted farming practices are possible on this property, because this property has the same soil, the same basic soils, which all came from an explosion from Mount Mazama over 7,700 years ago, for that matter. But I mean, they've all been exposed to the same temperature regime and winds and precipitation and day length and frost-free days for millennia. And that's how these regions are identified. So again, all of these farms and ranches are doing it, and there is absolutely no reason that this landowner can't do it as well. There isn't any reason, and the applicant has been unable to show that. I would just close by going back to our the minimum 10 acres that your plan requires for all land outside of the West Side Transect. That what you have is a zone code, a plan code conflict. Your MUA zone cannot guarantee that your plan is complied with. It doesn't matter whether they have withdrawn anything. It's in the record for one thing, but it doesn't matter what they plan to do. It is possible, if you did approve this MUA zone, they would have the right by law to do these 2.5 acre parcels by law. And that's not allowed because that conflicts with your plan. You have to only approve things that your plan allows. Your plan allows a 10 acre minimum. This is a 65 acre parcel. They could only have 6 parcels on here because they have to be a 10 acre minimum under your plan. So as long as there's a conflict between the plan and the code, the plan's like the Constitution, and you can't allow that. So you have that code plan, I believe, a conflict, I believe you may be trying to address in your comprehensive plan, which will be a very complicated separate inquiry. But for this case, this is the comprehensive plan. It does forbid having anything that will allow less than a 10 acre minimum, and that's what the MUA zone allows. So I'm surprised that LUBA did not reverse this, because as a matter of law, is it possible to change this to MUA? It's not possible because your plan controls, and that has been decided by case law. I would just point out that applicant's representative was in error in saying that this idea about ORS 197797 and the hearing procedure, that has never been addressed by the courts that I'm aware of. I've not seen that. I noted again that you had stated, Commissioner Chang, that you would have preferred to receive it earlier, and I'm sure that's true. Not only that, but the legislature obliges the county to ensure that you do have it 20 days in advance of the hearing notice being put out, and then we have the hearing. So it's not just like a want and something that would be desirable. It's something that the legislature wants, that the legislature says is mandatory. It creates an obligation on the county at the same time that it creates a right for the public and for the appellants to have those materials available. And if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them. This is our record. I'll be handing it in this morning.
So we've had many land use hearings over the years, and you and I have been on these sides of the table too. This is a new concept that the day you publish a date for a public hearing, that all the paperwork needs to be in up front. I mean, we've never done something like that before. So what's different today?
Actually, that was raised at the latest Fish and Wildlife Management.
So it's been challenged in the past.
Just recently, but I think what happened was the Fish and Wildlife Management Plan modifications were so significant and came out of absolutely nowhere, and they would happen after the hearing. So not only could no one respond to, no one knew what was going on at all, which is why there's so many record objections for that particular proceeding, which has not opened before LUBA, even though it's been going on for months. Yeah, it's not any way to run a railroad, is what we're saying. And so I've raised it again here. And with all due respect, I believe that this has not been properly conducted and I understand that it's your practice, but I don't think that it was a correct practice as we interpret the law.
And then the LUBA remand refers to there's a possibility, a scenario where a plan unit development or cluster development could end up with 1.7 acre parcels. I heard the applicant say 8 out of 10 acres, if 2 acres was a residential and then the rest would be open space. You mentioned 2.5 acres. Why 2.5?
Just thinking, I'm not sure what they were proposing. I think at one point it was 1.7, you're right, but whatever the small size is, if it's anything smaller than 10 acres, then the plan's not going to allow it. And even if they say that they withdrew that application, the evidence is in the record, but it's just the possibility of the MUA 10 zone that makes it illegal. It's not what they're actually going to do.
So somebody might be guilty of something they haven't done yet in the future. I mean, that's a real, transitioning from, asking for a MUA 10 rezone, resource to non-resource, and they haven't done the next step. So I always struggle with that.
So what you're saying, yeah, it's, basically what's happening is the plan controls and the plans.
Oh, I understand the concepts.
You can have this, you can have the MUA 10 as it's written, but outside it, really, in practice, you can't have the MUA 10 zone, not just here, but anywhere, because the MUA 10 zone does allow what you're saying. So
Oh, so it disqualifies the whole scenario because of this.
they're allowed to do it. It's not that they would be guilty or if they get this MUA 10 zoning, they can do whatever it allows. And it does allow these small parcels. That's why the MUA 10 zone itself doesn't.
So it wants, you want to back up a step and stop the whole thing before it even starts.
Well, we don't want to, but the plan does not permit the county to approve something that's like this. Yeah.
And then this is a 50-something year history evolving in the state of Oregon. I mean, it does kind of bring up the concept that we're trying to change law. State legislature's locked in, state land use system. We're holding on to it. And we've evolved with it over time. But now, as I say, it's like, it's a scenario where it's being challenged, but we're really possibly trying to change what the reality of our land use system is here.
Yeah, I think my perspective on behalf of Landwatch is that they're not making any more Bureau of Reclamation dams for the Cascades to irrigate these lands. These are our irrigated lands, and there are very few of them. And we need to hold on to them for the future. We have a lot of local food in here now, but we don't know what the future holds, if there's going to be earthquakes or whatever that will require that people have food near their homes. And we can.
Yeah, so there's big picture topics around all this.
It's about very long term, preserving the agricultural lands for future generations of Oregonians. That's what Tom McCall talked about. That's where these laws came from.
And while we may not, no one may like the way that this issue has come up, this discussion of how do you do cluster development, and whether we want to allow cluster developments near into our cities, I think is an important one. And it is, maybe it's not new, but it's something that is, much more urgent as we see the build out of our cities, and we, see more and more, rural and, agriculturally zoned lands, put under development. So it's, yeah, I mean, having to grapple with this idea of, is cluster development beneficial? How is it not beneficial? Do we want to do it? What is the right way to do it? What is the appropriate density for a cluster development? I think it's helpful for us to have to grapple with that. So, just my opinion. Okay. Any other questions for the appellant?
No, I just want to make a comment. You mentioned frost-free days. Accordingly, I believe that Deschutes County has the second shortest growing season in the state after Wallowa County. And my neighbors down the road, Range Shadow Organics, said there is not one frost-free day. Yes, not one. So, yes.
That's interesting because they're one of the ones we mentioned. They're very
Right.
successful.
They are very successful, but yes, I know, not, yes. So that's just what I've learned from them.
Because they have season extenders, for the key crops that they. Yeah.
That's what farming is. That's our position.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My friends who run orchards in the Hood River Valley, they spray water in the air on freezing nights so that they can keep their trees from frosting and dying. Okay. Are there other parties who are interested, eligible and interested to provide testimony today? Either in the room or if you are watching virtually and you are an eligible entity to provide testimony, please raise your hand. Okay, so seeing none. This is an opportunity for the applicant to provide rebuttal.
Commissioners, again, Ken Katzar for the record. For the applicant, I'll keep this very brief, which is on the comp plan issue and interpretation. Obviously, LUBA saw a scenario where the board can interpret its way through this. Otherwise, it wouldn't have remanded it. It would have said your zone doesn't work. Then again, I'm not sure that there was much briefing on the matter and whether or not there was much briefing on the fact that the county gets to rely upon its acknowledged comp plan and Highway 10 zone. What they looked at was a facial challenge and it was pretty isolated. So it's our opinion that Luba remanded it. The board can make an interpretation, and then assuming they approve this case, we can go forward and litigate it with the existing case law that says you can rely upon it. Again, though, we are not looking at a 1.75 acre or density bonus or anything of that. We're looking at a conditions of approval agreement that dictates exactly what would be permitted. So it kind of takes those things at least off the table. Just really quickly, when I was sitting here, I was looking at how much the county charges for cubic yards of soil, of compost, and the cheapest rate is $26 per cubic yard.
The solid waste cuts deals with large volume entities.
Well, I'm happy to look at that, but again, what I'm saying is what the website evidence shows right now is that $26 is the cheapest. And so I'm happy to dig into more. I just wanted to provide that to you for now, which means if we're looking at a cubic yard, and let's just say you have to put a yard on an acre, that's, 4,800.
Yeah, again,
Really expensive, over $50,000
Yeah.
to improve soil on 1 acre. So
the context that you may not be familiar with is that we have an undersized compost operation at Deschutes County. And then that undersized compost operation is further impaired when the outtake from the compost operation is not keeping pace. So, I mean, we undersized operation of which huge portions of the compost operation space are occupied by finished compost that we have not been able to get to places. And that has opportunity costs, and I would consider avoided costs, because as a result, we're putting tons of organic compostable material directly in the landfill. So we have a strong incentive to unload that material and to pay people who are willing to take large volumes of it and put it on the ground. And I'm sorry if you weren't aware of that, but that is one of the realities in our community.
So, I mean, maybe today we're announcing that we want farmers around the county to come to us for a discount on amendment for their soil.
Sounds like it.
I mean,
I'm just looking at what the public.
That's not what that's not the purpose of this hearing, but sure.
Okay.
They are trying to give it away.
And I'm happy to.
But nobody's going to haul it for free.
Happy to answer any questions.
Again, with the avoided costs to us of not filling up our precious landfill space, our landfill that is now scheduled to be full in 2031, it is worth it for us to pay to haul it away somewhere.
I mean, maybe this is an exciting day for farmers in the Tri-County area. Anybody within the commute shed, come get as much compost as you want at a discount and amend your soil so your farming can go up. As I say, I do see this as separate from this land use, though.
I do as well, but when I asked for an analysis of what it would take to make the soil better, which is fundamental to the question of whether this is a farmable property or not. This is the rabbit hole we went down, and Mr. Katsaroff wanted to proceed a little further down the rabbit hole, so we're there.
Okay. I'm happy to answer any other questions. And if you want me to chase it down the rabbit hole more, then I'm happy to try to provide additional evidence more than what the county publishes, which would, I think, be the evidence that a reasonable person would rely upon. But happy to track it down if you want. So with that, I don't have anything else to say. And if we're going to have a record period, that's up to you all. I'll sit up here in the event there's questions about scheduling.
So maybe you can help with a little bit with the minimum lot size, though. So comprehensive plan, resource to non-resource, MUA 10, rural residential exception area, 10-acre lot. Separate process from the county code, which we've built up throughout the years with appeals and discussions that say a cluster and a PUD. And then Luba says, well, there's a scenario that it could be less than less than 2 acres. 1.7 acres is what was mentioned here. Can you help clarify that? Maybe in the record, but just, because now, the appellant said 2.5 acres, which I don't understand why she said that. Is two a kind of a standard number? Is the state going to accept 2?
I wish I could tell you what the state would
Stephanie?
accept in any situation.
But I mean,
tell
is that scenario has it been propagated around the state that 2 is a number?
Yes, the DLC.
I guess that's where I was going.
DLCD
Yeah.
has adopted specific rules that allow clustering and PUDs at a 2-acre
Yeah, that's where I was.
size
Yeah.
with the associated open space reservation,
Mhm.
what your code allows. And so
Wow.
what we've asked for to resolve issue 1 here is to interpret this comp plan policy the same as you have advanced in the 2040 plan. Okay, and so that we believe is consistent with state
Mhm.
law and solves the problem, which I believe Luba was giving you the opportunity to do by remanding it.
And then you mentioned a condition of approval, lock it in anyways, easily.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to sit up here in case there's questions about scheduling. Otherwise, I appreciate your time.
Right. Staff, do you have any closing comments?
So I think there's a question of whether or not the board would like to keep the record open or close the hearing and close the record today. I didn't hear a request from the applicant in terms of leaving the record open. So I probably do you have, I know you just Landwatch submitted materials as well.
Yeah, I mean, given that Landmark submitted materials, I think it makes sense to do a standard 777. That would be my position. And it, quite frankly, cures any alleged procedural defect.
Yeah.
In our view.
Well, and I support that conclusion.
That's fine.
That would work for me. I would like to see from the applicant some additional analysis on soil amendment and what that does to our understanding of the productivity of that landscape. And it doesn't have to be for the entire 58 acres. It can be focused on the good acres.
So one of my thoughts is, and I don't know, I mean, I would call a few people that I know farm on a larger scale and ask them about this, but I'm hesitant to do that on the side. Obviously, this is a very focused hearing here. So is there any thoughts about, yeah.
I mean,
As I say, there's a couple people I could ask right away, but then I'm like, oh, I better not.
we can invite the appellant at the same time, to also.
Well, it's just a phone
If
call.
you know somebody with 21 acres of class 3 soil, something in that size range that's doing good things with it, be curious to know about that.
Stephanie Marshall, again, on the record, please don't do that.
Well, no, I know. So I don't want to corrupt it. Yep.
Yes, so the materials that the board will consider will be those that are in the record, and while the record is being left open, assuming you all vote to approve that, any additional materials that people withstanding have the ability to submit. So I suppose if there is a farmer out there that wants to get in touch with Landwatch or with Mr. Katsaroff on behalf of the applicant, they could do that, and then those persons would be able to determine whether to submit those.
Yes, I mean, just the scenario in my head was if you could have a semi-truckload of free compost spread out on your field, because I mean, just like the fertilizer spreaders and lime spreader trucks, I mean, they do this, but I wonder, I'm sure people have run through these scenarios. So I'm in a spot where I want to know now, but now I'm, the hearings body.
And I just have to walk on my property and see that it seems like I grow rocks. I think that they're all gone, and then I look down and then I see another rock that somebody needs to take a shovel to and get it out. So they just seem like they appear. Anyway, rocks definitely don't make it easy when you're trying to get your grass growing if you've got rocks growing. So the rocks do grow here.
And then I guess maybe for the record a little bit here, I mean, we put, we have horses, horse manure, we've had pigs, some chickens, all kinds of stuff on our property. And it's amazing watching those soil amendments just kind of disappear. A couple of years later, it doesn't even look like they were applied. So I got to imagine that they've helped. And, the nitrogen from chicken manure is very, very strong. But I from my experience, a couple of years later, it doesn't even look like you ever did anything. So, I mean, this is an interesting discussion that we could have here. May or may not be part of this official record.
I mean,
It's because you have.
I mean, now it is, but
all
that,
the
that,
time.
that spools into a discussion of how you practice agriculture. There's a whole lot of people in our region right now who are practicing what's called regenerative agriculture that not only would benefit from amended soil on the front end, but actually build soil over time instead of depletes it. So the way that we're farming is it can be soil building or it can be soil depleting.
There is in our.
You're critiquing about how I put chicken manure on the ground and it disappears over
Nope. I'm just, if you're wondering how soil declines, I'm just explaining that there's people who are pretty familiar with with oil states and how they get better or worse in the region.
There is a document in our file that is, it says 2012 Census of Agriculture in Deschutes County, and it's from the USDA. And if you can find the latest one, I don't know, it might be 24. I would find it to see what has gone to, what has actually happened in Deschutes County.
The latest one, as far as I'm aware, is the 2022, and it was submitted today.
Okay, thank you. I'll compare.
Okay. All right, so we're proceeding with a 777. That means new evidence and testimony by Wednesday, February 4th. Rebuttal evidence and testimony by Wednesday, February 11th. And applicant's final argument due by Wednesday, February 18th. Based upon a 777 open record period, staff should look to schedule board deliberations in early March. Okay, and now that the open record period is set, staff, would you like to provide instructions on submittals and repeat the open record deadlines?
Yeah, I have two slides that I will show, just repeating the deadlines that Chair Chang just provided. But as stated, new evidence and testimony that's in compliance with Board Order Number 2026-002, that can be submitted with a deadline of Wednesday, February 4th at 4 p.m. Rebuttal evidence and testimony then has a deadline of Wednesday, February 11th at 4 p.m. and the applicant's final legal argument. And so again, that's only an applicant submittal. Their deadline would be Wednesday, February 18th at 4 p.m. And it's important to note that electronic submittals have to be received by our server at 4 p.m. So don't wait till the last minute to send things. All submittals should be directed to my attention, and I will put them in the record for the board's consideration. And my email again is caroline.house@deschutes.org. And the last thing I want to note is that we do not retrieve materials from cloud storage systems or websites. So if there's particular material that you want to enter into the record, that actually needs to be printed and added to the record. That's everything.
Thank you. With that, I think we're ready to move on to our next agenda item.
Maybe
Thank you, everyone.
take a little break.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Should we take a 5-minute break?
I support.
A real 5-minute break. Please be back here before 12:22. On to item number 11, consideration of second reading and adoption by emergency of ordinance number 2026-002, text amendments for wildfire mitigation building codes. Al, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, of course. Hopefully this will be quick. For the record, Kyle Collins, Senior Planner. As the chair just pointed out, I am just here for second reading of an ordinance to adopt these new wildfire mitigation building codes for new residential construction. Just for everyone listening at home or in the room. So the board held a hearing on this matter 2 weeks ago, held some good discussion regarding wildfire mitigation generally and these new building code standards that would be put in place. Ultimately, at the conclusion of that hearing, the board elected to close the record and hold first reading adoption of the amendments as originally proposed by staff. Staff pointed out that time, and I'll reiterate again here today. We proposed an adoption date of April 1st. The reason we've chosen that date is a few different reasons. One, it gives us kind of a runway to start getting this information out in the community so developers, contractors in the region know what's going to be coming forward on April the 1st, as well as it aligns specifically with annual updates to the larger Oregon Residential Building Code that come out every year on that April 1st date. And so this should align with those updates generally to the state building code standards. But because that April 1st date is within 90 days, the ordinance proposed here today has to be adopted by emergency, which would require a unanimous vote from all three of the commissioners. But with that, I'll answer any lingering questions you might have. Otherwise, that's all that I have.
We have had substantial discussion and deliberation on this topic before. Are there further questions or new thoughts?
So Kyle, you haven't seen anything new that has popped up in the last week then? There weren't any corrections or anything?
No corrections. Yep. So the ordinance it's a relatively simple ordinance. There's really only one change in the code. It's been reviewed by legal counsel for quite a while now. Understanding is that it is sufficient as proposed.
Okay.
So my one request is an example of the vent block screens and understanding that. And this is kind of separate than this, but it's supposed to be 1/8-inch screening. And as I say, I communicated with our local hardware supplier and they said, we're trying to get those. So I'm trying to understand what that means. And I think it's a prepared block maybe that construction guys use opposed to, stapling smaller screening on an existing block. So just an implementation thing I'd like to learn more about.
Sure. And I think we actually have you would probably be able
Oh yeah. Do you have a feel for that?
to give a better answer to some of those questions. But my understanding,
Oh, you were just in the room and now, but let's get through this. But I'd love to hear what you might have to say.
but yeah, my general understanding is that there are products that specifically meet these standards. They're in relatively widespread use in places like
Yeah.
California.
So then it's just, what does it look like?
I mean,
So-
you can buy a spool, like a roll of the fine mesh vent, to retrofit at your house right now. But like what's available to builders and how they, whether they would take that spool and cut it up themselves or try and buy some, kind of pre-fitted vent products. I don't know, but
Yeah, they're relatively there's a fair amount of products available. And again, because we're just talking about new residential construction and we're not talking about retrofitting existing ventilation screens, that's really not something that's covered under this code.
Yeah, but we'll talk about it real quick here.
The screening is so important. As I said, in the 93 Topanga fire, a house I know, brand new house, burned to the ground because of the venting was too big. It was too big. It got sucked in. No other house in that development in 1993 burned to the ground, but that house did. And they clearly pointed it out. So I always tell people this is a simple fix for your house that's already existing.
It is a crucial component for sure.
So with that discussion, though, I will move approval of second reading of ordinance number 2026-002 by title only.
I'll second it.
it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? If not, calling for the vote. Chair DeBoe, or
Yes.
Commissioner DeBoe,
Yes.
Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
not used to sitting in this.
It was last year, yeah.
And chair votes yes. All right. So with that, first reading, an ordinance amending Deschutes County Code Title 15, Buildings and Construction to adopt discretionary wildfire mitigation residential building code standards pursuant to Senate Bill 83.
And then I'll move adoption of ordinance number 2026-002 by emergency with an effective date of April 1st, 2026.
And I will second it, and I do support that emergency clause for that purpose of April 1st.
Any further discussion? Okay, calling for the vote, Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and chair votes yes.
So now a little bit more discussion about those vent blocks. Thanks for joining us. Well, and I mean, I just happen to be up in the eaves of my house. It's a newer house, and I don't know that the screen is the right size, but they got these little cardboard shelves that got put up. So then when the insulation goes in, the vents can stay open. So that means, yeah, an ember gets sucked in and sits right on the cardboard. And a hot wind-driven event with the airflow in there, that's a disaster waiting to happen. But is there a commercial building product that's available? You know, the vent blocks pre-configured. That was really my only question.
Yes.
Thanks for joining us.
This is Krista Appleby, Assistant Building Official, and the answer is yes. There's lots of different product options out there for both the attic vents and the crawl space vents. And you could do an unvented solution as well. So there's possibilities to
I
make.
was to say, I mean, this was, as I say, a local building supplier, and they said, we're trying to get those. And so I didn't know, I didn't research it. It was just a quick conversation, so I didn't do my homework on it. But it sounded like maybe either they're waiting for something or I don't know what. And that was all.
They just need to source it. California's been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, okay.
We know the products are out there.
Good.
Long time.
Great.
Well, thank you very much for joining us.
You're welcome.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioners.
Thanks, Kyle.
Right. On to item number 12, second reading of ordinance 2026-004, BCL LLC Plan Amendment Zone Change.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Audrey Stewart, Associate Planner with Community Development. The item before you is second reading of an ordinance approving a comprehensive plan amendment and zone change. I was before you 2 weeks ago for the first reading, and now I'm following up. There have been no changes to the ordinance since then. This is a request to change the zoning of the property from exclusive farm use to multiple use agricultural, and a concurrent change in the comprehensive plan designation from agriculture to rural residential exception area. I won't repeat all of my presentation from last time, but this property is located just east of Bend. It's about 240 acres in size, and I'm available for any questions or discussion from the board.
I think we've pretty thoroughly deliberated this already. No surprise to anyone. I'll still be voting no. But if there's any further questions or discussion.
Nope. Move approval of second reading of ordinance number 2026-004 by title only.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Just concept of, the rural residential exception area, 10-acre minimum is a transition zone. So there is a path that I support, obviously, and then the solar panels are on part of that property too.
Okay. If there's nothing else, then we'll call for the vote. Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
And chair votes no. Okay.
I move adoption of ordinance number 20. Oh, yes, through title only. Sorry. Thank you very much.
An ordinance amending Deschutes County Code Title 23, the Deschutes County Comprehensive Plan, to change the comprehensive plan map designation for certain property from agriculture to rural residential exception area, and amending Deschutes County Code Title 18, the Deschutes County zoning map, to change the zone designation for certain property from exclusive farm use to multiple use agricultural.
And I'll move adoption of ordinance number 2026-004.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Not calling for the vote. Commissioner Adair, Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And chair votes no. Right. Thanks, Audrey. Item 13 is Jen with us?
She's available
Okay.
online.
Item 13, request to apply for 2026 grant funds for the Deschutes County Wolf Depredation and Financial Compensation Committee. Hi, Jen.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Can you hear me okay? Great.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, just coming before you for the yearly grant request. The Wolf Committee met on January 16th, 2026 to review applications that they received. We've had a confirmed depredation in Deschutes County of livestock. So we had one depredation request, and ODF&W as well as the rancher producer were there to talk through that depredation. And the committee also heard 3 preventative measure fund requests. Sorry, I'll back up just a tiny bit. The new rules from SB 777 went into effect. So starting this year, there are 3 categories: depredation funding, prevention funding, and necessary expenses funding. Last year, there was also a missing category. So the missing category is no longer applicable. There's a depredation funding. The producer can apply for depredation funds when it's been confirmed and request a multiplier, and it's up to the discretion of the committee. At the county level, it's up to the discretion of the committee to apply a multiplier and how much they would like to apply for that. So there was a depredation, confirmed depredation application in, and the committee had a robust discussion and would like to apply a 3 times multiplier to that depredation. Additionally, there was 3 preventative measure fund request applicants. One was the same producer who had the depredation and who is a previous grant applicant from us from last year. And then we had 2 new grant applicants. One of them was Cascadia Wild. That application was reviewed and was not moved forward by the committee. And then there was an application also from a horse. I'm not sure what their official title was, but they house horses. Sorry, Commissioner Adair. I know I'm butchering what that business is.
Equestrian facility.
Thank you.
Yes.
They have an equestrian facility there.
He
And they,
raises really fancy warm bloods. No, these are like amazing warm bloods. Yes, they're gorgeous.
and so they've had confirmed wolf activity on their property close to their barn, but no depredations there. So they're looking to amp up their preventative measure funds. They are also working with state and federal agency partners there for the wolf activity that they've had on their property. So with that being said, the depredation request, the original depredation request was for $500 with the 3 times multiplier. The Wolf Committee is recommending a $1,500 depredation grant request. That's for McCormick Ranch. And then in addition, McCormick Ranch requested $34,000 in depredation or preventative funding. The committee is also recommending that we put forth a full $34,000 for that. And then Kanoe Godby put forth an application. She asked for $10,000 to buy a dog from a European dog that is specially trained in preventing interactions between wolves and horses. And the committee is recommending half that amount at $5,000 grant request fund. And in addition, the committee is recommending $6,000 to put in the reserve fund for the committee. Last year, we've established a carcass removal program that just got off the ground in mid-fall or early fall time. And so that program is up and running. We're working with the federal agencies and our solid waste department to have a carcass removal program so that $6,000 would go towards those fees, as well as additional non-lethal preventative measure equipment that we supply our agency partners with along the lines of Fox lights and other materials that they use to reduce conflict and mitigate conflict between wolves and livestock. So for a total grant request fund on behalf of the county of $46,500. And I'll stand by for any questions. And Commissioner Chair Chang is on that committee and can also talk to any of those specific requests as well.
Commissioner DeBonne, someone just told me, I haven't confirmed it from another source, but that there was actually a wolf walking down the street in Lapine. Did you hear that from any of your neighbors?
Yeah, but I can't confirm it was a wolf. I mean, that's the only problem.
I know.
Might have been a large dog that could have been a wolf. So that's all I know.
Well, a wolf was killed in Sun River being hit by a car. So that is a confirmed event. Yes.
We have an area of known wolf activity in basically the southwestern corner of the county. There's a breeding pair that has had pups in recent years. It's interesting because, during our committee meetings, when we talk to the fish and wildlife biologists from the state and federal government, they have not they've not had any reports of concerns about wolf livestock interactions related to that group of wolves. All the problems have been either in the southeast corner or in the northwest corner of the county. But there are wolves there, I guess we can consider that so far an area of peaceful coexistence, except for wolves getting hit by cars in Sun River.
See, but I'm hearing from the rest of the state that the pregnancy rates for cattle has dropped to historic record lows, down to like 82%. The cattle either are miscarrying or they're not getting pregnant. And we already are at the 70-year low number of cattle in our country. So it's definitely, wolves are a huge impact. And apparently all the kills in Wallowa County will take up, what is it, the amount of funding that the state is allocating for this next year?
Well, if you're tracking policy on this, the state legislature passed this Senate Bill 777 last session, which allows the application of this multiplier. But at the same time, they didn't increase the amount of funds available for compensation and compensation for depredations or for prevention activities. So there's a lot of questions about how that's going to play out. People essentially are eligible for a lot more money, but we are dealing with the same amount essentially that we had the year before.
I just happen to know about 2 cows ready to calve, and they were murdered by wolves. So yeah, the stories I am getting are really frightening.
Points to the urgency around the preventative measures for.
I have a video of a cowboy riding cows up in Ukiah, Oregon. 5 wolves came up. I have the video where they circled him, and one of them even was growling at him. So if you aren't someone who's carrying a gun, and my sister doesn't carry a gun, but it's put her in a really frightening position, because seeing that video really tells you that there's they're getting braver and bolder.
Well, so far, preventative measures and preventative measure investments, I think, have saved us from a substantial amount of depredations in Deschutes County, again, both in the northwest corner of the county and in the southeast corner of the county. And that is what we are here to discuss today. This proposal or application to the state from Deschutes County for compensation and prevention funding here.
So as members of the Eastern Oregon Counties Association, there's been a letter that went to Congress asking for the delisting of the gray wolf in the West. And, there's a bill number that's being proposed in Congress, HR 845, removing federal protection status in all gray wolves in the whole of state of Oregon. About 36 commissioners have signed it. And I know Commissioner Dare, you have your signature on here. I would have done it if I would have stayed on top of my email at about that time when it was being proposed. But just another bit of information. The Eastern Oregon counties are asking for the Congress to take some action on that.
Yeah, I've been contacted about that. I'm not opposed to federal delisting in Oregon. Um, because I understand that we have a pretty robust and balanced state management program here, administered by ODF&W and ODA and other state agencies. I think, at the national level, for people concerned about this question of delisting across broad areas of the Western United States and into the Midwest, the question is, if you federally delist, is your state capable of balanced management that will not, drive to local extinction of these previously listed species that, were close to extinction before. So, if this was more surgical, if it was, hey, we would like to delist in Oregon, I would be comfortable signing on to that as well. But that is not what we are deciding today. We're deciding whether to submit this application again to get one of our Deschutes County ranchers the compensation that they are eligible for, and whether we want to apply for preventative funds to prevent additional wolf depredations.
Exactly what was being reimbursed for $1,500? Because from what I hear, cattle prices, what was that, a calf?
Yeah, yes, it was a calf, and typically the Wolf Committee uses the market value rates, but it was a young calf, and there was no market value rates for that, so they just put it at $500 and then a multiplier of 3.
Okay.
Yeah, they work off the livestock auction rate sheets, but as Jen said, there's for a calf that young, there's not a rate in the rate sheet, so they reduced a little bit from the closest category and then applied that 3x multiplier.
But see, then you're not, okay, so they're getting $1,500 for the calf, but guess what? Then they're going to have to feed that cow for another year, another year on top of that before that cow will have another calf. And so, there are all kinds of unintended costs involved with that. It's just like all the cows now that aren't pregnant, you sell them, you're going to get a whole bunch of money, but then what does that do to your herd? If you have to sell 20 of your 100 cows every year, pretty soon you're going to have very few cattle.
So Jen, you can check me on this. I believe it's within our discretion to modify the application. That before we submit it to ODA, is that correct, Jen? So if we wanted to bump up the multiplier, to a 4x multiplier, we are is entirely within our discretion to do that.
Okay.
And I'll just give a little background
Well,
information.
yes,
to
because I mean, if they're going to keep the cow, it's, hay's really expensive now, pasture, you have to pay for that. Everything costs a lot of money. So I would say definitely. Because there's a huge cost to keeping that cow in the herd if they choose to do that.
So it can go up to, for this category, it can go up to 5-time multiplier. So that would be $2,500. So we can adjust that to 25 if that's, or in the middle and hit at 2,000 for 4-time. Just a quick little background. ODA did not, they just heard back this year, they did not receive any federal dollars to match their state dollars. It's the first time that that's happened in a while. They didn't get any explanation as why, but so no federal dollars for the wolf depredation programs coming into Oregon for the state. So they just have the one pool of funding, which is the $600,000 left for the whole state for this year. It's a grant fund.
So even less money to address the 5x multiplier. It's unfortunate. Are we ready for a motion on this?
Sure. So does that mean that out of our wolf committee, if we did another $500 for the CAF? Is that what you do, or you're thinking
So-
you're going to
so then-
ask for another $500 on top of it?
So the revision would be the McCormick Ranch depredation request would be 2,000. Or you could also go to 5X and make it 2,500 if that's your preference. And then the total would be modified accordingly.
Well, I'd go to 2,000.
Okay. So, would you like to make a motion?
Yes. Okay, I would move to apply for the grant fundings for the wolf deprivation, and adjusting our submitted proposal to make it 2,000 for the calf that was lost, but still leaving the total at the same? Is that
The
how
total
we're
would
gonna-
be 47,000 then for the.
Oh, we can ask for 47?
Yep. Yeah, we would
Okay.
adjust the total accordingly. Yeah.
Okay, all right, adjusting the total accordingly to 47.
You can second it.
Okay, I'll second. Further discussion? If you're not seconding, does that mean you want to say anything more about this?
It's not my world. I don't.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I will say that I am glad that we have opportunities to compensate livestock producers in our community who have suffered losses. And I'm also glad that we're trying to be proactive and support livestock producers who want to prevent these kinds of losses in the first place and all the distress associated with those. We have seen effective efforts in our county and look forward to continuing that.
Somebody I know died. My veterinarian. He was only 40.
Hmm.
Oh my God. Oh, no. Go ahead. Oh,
Are you sure?
oh my, I just can't believe this. I feel so badly.
How about we vote and then we take a little break?
Sure.
Okay, so calling for the vote, Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and chair votes yes. Thank you.
Just keep going. I mean, it's already almost 1 o'clock.
We can proceed. If you want to step out, we can just, I mean, this is not I don't think this is an action item, right? So we can proceed with this.
I'm gonna go upstairs.
You could go back and watch at a later date if you're interested.
It's tricky.
Towards us.
We have an emergency one, executive one today.
Do we want to come back for our do we want to load up for item number 14?
Good afternoon, Chair Commissioners. My condolences to the loss. Item we have here today is to ask you to approve the 2025 annual report. Oh, Will Groves, your planning manager for the record, to approve the 2025 annual report for the prescribed fire, smoke, and public health community response plan for the Bend Smoke Sensitive Receptor Area. That's an SSRA. The report is how Bend keeps its state-approved exemption from air quality thresholds in the Oregon Smoke Management Plan. So in plain English, because short localized smoke from planned burns can occur, the state allows Bend to rely on a community response plan, and that comprised of advance notice, health guidance, and interagency coordination, so long as we document that work each year. The goal is to allow for the benefits of prescribed burns while acknowledging and mitigating the impact of smoke from those burns on the community. Under our Oregon Administrative Rule, areas with an exemption must submit an annual report that shows 4 things: compliance with the rule, how we communicated with the public and vulnerable groups, when we initiated the plan, and the local meetings held to review and improve that plan. By the numbers, Deschutes National Forest completed roughly 3,500 acres of understory prescribed burning across 27 operations. 694 of those acres were in the West Bend project area. By comparison, in 2024, during the pilot project, 1,864 acres were burned in the project area. As documented in the report, there was 1 smoke intrusion recorded in the Bend SSRA on June 3rd, associated with a 113-acre unit burned on June 2nd. Your requested action today is to move approval of that 2025 Community Response Annual Report to maintain the SSRA exemption. With me is Sarah Worthington, Regional Climate and Health Coordinator, who will summarize the findings and public health components, as well as Lauren Street, Natural Resource Specialist, who is here to provide additional context as needed.
Great. Thank you all for joining us. Besides Will's introduction, is there anything else you'd like?
Sure. Hi, Sarah Worthington. I'm the Regional Climate and Health Coordinator with Public Health, Deschutes County. In the report, as we shared in last year's report, the 2024 West Bend pilot project was an opportunity to increase the amount of burning that was accomplished in the high priority area west of Bend, while also amplifying our efforts to protect public health from smoke impacts. So in this report, we talk about how in 2025, we really continued to build on that momentum. We had continued engagement from state and federal partners. But a key objective of the ongoing work, both in the West Bend area, but also in the greater footprint that is within Deschutes County, is really we're meant to operationalize the strategies and the learnings from that pilot project. So we're no longer referring to it as a pilot. This report summarizes the details of public health outreach activities and formal communications that were issued related to prescribed burn activity throughout the year. We work closely with land managers to provide timely information about protecting health from smoke. These are issued in alignment with notifications about prescribed burn activity. And this includes sharing tailored educational information in partnership with our trusted community partners. We attend events to talk with community members about smoke directly, sharing resources when they are available. That might include things like air purifiers or even air quality monitors. Our central message is that spring is the best time to get smoke ready. We recognize that smoke from prescribed burning is something that is limited in duration. It's something that we can plan ahead for in order to limit the impact it has on public health. By comparison, wildfire smoke impacts are unpredictable, more severe, longer in duration. And in 2025, as in previous years, the air quality impacts we experienced were more frequent and severe from wildfire smoke than prescribed fire smoke, although thankfully there were fewer smoky days overall last year, so we'll take it. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Lauren, did you have anything that any prepared comments, or are you here to answer questions? Okay.
Just big picture, it's good that we have this whole system in place, explaining to what's going on. It's always wonderful to have a prescribed burn and fuel reduction activities. I live on a couple acres, and I figured out my neighbors is like, you need to just prepare and burn a pile once in a while because it's going to grow. Things are going to grow every year. So this is going to be an ongoing effort all over the place. We are looking at landscape scale now. So this is interesting to be able to say, okay, how do we reduce this so we're not threatened by that wildfire, but also we don't, have so much fuel out there that it becomes a threat to our community. So it feels like we're getting ahead of this. Well, I don't know. Yeah, big picture, but at least the threat level maybe is going down a little bit.
I'm heartened that we still got, close to 700 acres burned in that West Bend project area. But I'm also, we were going from an average, in that area where smoke management is such a constraint. We were going from an average of getting maybe 250 acres burned a year to the year before this one, well over 1,500 acres now dropping back down to well above our historic average, but I have a little concern about how we're gonna keep up, because the reality is that we probably, in that West Bend project area, that wraps around the city to the west and to the south, we really need to be burning something like 2,000 acres here, just to catch up. And then we'll need a significant amount of maintenance burning as well, after that. So, I'm glad that doing that pilot with the EPA and DEQ and ODF and all of those agencies, has produced, a bump in results. And I guess, Sarah, I wanted to ask, in future years, do you think, 650, 700 acres is a, reasonable expectation? Or do you think this year, because it dried out so early, we could have probably done more, if there had been more favorable conditions? Or do you have a feel for that?
Chair Chang, I would be speaking out of my lane. I think if I was to, speculate on acreage and ideal amounts of acreage, just based on
All right,
not being under my purview.
I'll talk to some of the Forest Service still folks. I did have a couple questions about these bar charts. So there are, looking at the first set of charts, there are wildfire days where the average daily they were really big. There were days where there was prescribed fire activity, where there was, a few like decent sized little green bars, but there's a whole bunch of decent sized little green bars that were not prescribed fire days. And so I was just curious, what is causing that particulate matter on those? There's, the prescribed fire days are not out of the ordinary in terms of average dailies. And what's going on those other days? Bad inversions, pile burning, something else?
To be clear, are you referring to the hourly charts and the days that were in the orange and red in January and February? Were you?
I was looking first at this set of charts, and so there's these little, the first set of charts, just there's these little green bars, and the prescribed fire days, there's some green bars on those days for the average daily, but there are other days with green bars that are just as big that weren't wildfire days and they weren't prescribed fire days. And so I was just curious, what is that particular matter?
Sure. I think I'm a little confused because green is still referencing the color of the bars is referencing the air quality index. And apologies if that wasn't made clear in the graphic. So any green bars were meant to indicate that the air quality index was in the healthy range.
Okay. So that's the size of the green bar isn't a level?
It is a level.
Okay. Because, that this one axis says average daily PM 2.5. I thought that's what the green bar kind of correlated with.
Right. I'm realizing we would benefit from making an adjustment to the description on the figure, because it's meant to indicate the average daily PM 2.5 as a function of air quality index. So this is air quality index.
Okay. So it's not a total measure of PM 2.5.
It's not exclusively PM 2.5 because air quality index includes things like ozone, allergens like dust, other types of particulate matter.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful to understand. And then I did have questions about the max, those spikes during the prescribed fire season. I'm curious about these two particularly big spikes. What time of day did these occur, and how long did they last?
These would be on the hourly graphs that you're describing. And I would call out a few things about these graphs. Number one, as you're aware, Chair Chang, the pump station is our federal nephelometer. So that's the monitor that's being used to determine compliance with the community smoke response plan. The other monitor is at the 8th Street location. And typically, the pattern we see of smoke impacts from prescribed fire are higher at the pump station, which is by the river. 2025 was an unusual year because they had the largest burn they conducted in the West Bend Theater had very unique patterns of mixing heights, wind, and did not result in any significant impacts, air quality impacts that were measured. However, the burn that was on June 1st that spiked hourly at the 8th Street monitor pretty high was like 111 acres. So
the bigger the fire, the less the smoke. I get it.
right, again, not my area of expertise, but there were some unexpected smoke impacts that were captured this past year.
Yeah. But time of day, I mean, that my general understanding is, we have prescribed fires and then the smoke sinks at night, and that's when we get these pretty dramatic readings. But hopefully in mid-April or in May, a lot of people are home with their windows closed. And then if that spike subsides quickly, just a couple hours, then the net impact is modest on people's actual health exposure. But I wanted to check if that was true for these couple of spikes that we're seeing.
Yes, I can confirm that when we looked at the hour by hour, that these hourly spikes that were quite high at the 8th Street monitor were quite late and into the early morning hours.
Okay, thank you. Other questions?
So this report is for Deschutes County citizens, City of Bend citizens by state law. Does it go anywhere else? I guess that was kind of my question.
Yes, this is the report that is required as part of the smoke management rules to keep the state-approved exemption. We are asking that the board move approval of the report, the 2025 Community Response Plan Annual Report, in order to maintain that Bend SSRA exemption.
Yeah, does it get sent to any state agency, or it's just kind of for our own benefit?
Sorry, yes, the Oregon Department of Forestry. This gets submitted
Oh,
to
Department of
ODF.
Forestry. Okay, yeah, that was.
All the agencies that administer the smoke management rules. And just a little bit more context around this. So the smoke management rules are revised every 5 years. And so it's time to do that. And I'm hopeful that, our experience with that West Bend pilot last year, and just, our solid track record of trying to do a lot of prescribed fire, but to mitigate the health impacts of that, that we're going to be able to bring that to the Smoke Management Advisory Committee and ask for more the greater flexibility that we need so that we can get more prescribed fire done. Is that reasonably accurate? Just description of the situation.
Yes.
So it's us doing a good report, is going to have value in.
Oh, I understand. Yeah. Having multiple years, a little bit of track record, best practices. Yeah, this is exciting.
Yeah.
So with that, I'll move approval of the 2025 annual report for the prescribed fire, smoke, and public health community response plan.
And I'll second. Further discussion? No. Okay, calling for the vote. Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Thank you so
very
much
much
for your work every day that gets us to this point. Okay. That concludes our regular agenda. We have an executive session scheduled for after lunch. It's already 1 p.m. Do you have a preference on how we do this? I have a 2 o'clock commitment, so I'd love to
I'm available to proceed if we want to just
Okay.
keep going right now.
drive through.
I have lunch on my desk, so now I'm ready for that. Ready for that.
Me too. Stephanie, are you?
Point of order, or not even a point
This
of
is
order.
executive session
This,
we're going?
this is not executive.
Okay, other
session.
item?
This is one more item for
Okay.
the board.
You want other item?
Consideration, yes, and it just came up, so I reached out to Nick and Kim, and after speaking with David Doyle, the discussion that was had around the gate permit application on the agenda 2 days ago on Monday, we determined that it is advisable the board consider providing specific notice to those property owners that would be behind the location of the gate. It's my understanding that at the time the application was submitted, only the applicant owned that property. And I believe that the board heard on Monday that there are additional, that some of those properties have been transferred. So in an abundance of caution and, to provide due process, we're looking for direction from the board as to whether legal and road should work to prepare notice of the fact that this will be coming up. I don't believe that we have a date yet on which that decision document that Cody Smith is preparing will be coming back, but I wanted to bring this to the board's attention and seek some input or answer questions.
There are 2 or 3 people, probably.
There's like 5 properties.
Yeah, I think I heard 5, but the agenda item that day was not scheduled. I mean, it wasn't a public hearing. The applicant's attorney made some comments during the public comment period. And then after Mr. Smith made his presentation, that issue was brought up. So, it was a unique situation. So the applicant has not addressed that at this time. And nor do we have any information as to whether all property owners agree with the request. As I stated earlier, at the time the request was submitted, there was only the one property owner. So our suggestion is that we provide notice to those other property owners of the date on which the board will be considering taking this action in approving the decision document, and again, whatever those conditions of approval may be.
So it would be notification that this has been applied for and the history of what we just went through. So they'd be informed of the status.
Yes.
And would have the opportunity to get engaged if they wanted to.
Absolutely.
I think that's appropriate.
Okay.
I also want to ask, we're talking about putting a gate on a public road.
Correct.
If there are neighbors up the street from the gate, and I think this is like a completely new development. So, I mean, maybe there are no neighbors up the street.
Right.
But if there are neighbors up the street, I think it might be appropriate to let them know as well, because.
Right. So with this particular application, and I'll admit this is based on my recollection, the property that was subdivided or maybe it was a cluster or a PUD development, it abuts a water a facility. So there is no possibility of the road dead ends, so that the property owners are those, the property owners behind the gate are those within that development subdivision. And I understand from Mr. Kobach's comments that there are 2 properties that are partially in, partially out. I don't have the specifics on that. But again, the recommendation is that we get direction from the board as to providing notice for everybody that will be affected. And again, my understanding is that there's nobody beyond, further down the road, because the road ends and will not be extended.
Okay. But we would, included within the affected property owners would be the ones who are part in and part out, and they would.
I would.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you can imagine them coming back and saying, you know, I either want to be all the way in or all the way out.
Oh,
So,
goodness, yeah.
Okay.
I
Okay.
support that.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Well, thank you very much for that. And legal will work with road and we'll determine, and we'll let Brenda know when this might be scheduled pursuant to when notice is provided. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stephanie.
All right.
It's like we might be keeping you from like a lunch date or something.
Maybe. Thanks
Thank
again.
you.
Appreciate you sticking around.
Okay.
We have a couple.
Jen, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I have one other item request. City Club reached out on the sponsorship that the board has provided. So as a refresher, back in September, the commissioners agreed to a $1,000 sponsorship level for City Club. Along with that sponsorship comes notification of the sponsorship for 3 of their forums throughout the year. It's in their marketing materials and their emails. There'll be the logo on a table and 2 complimentary tickets as well. But because they do the marketing materials ahead of time, they're hoping the commissioners can lock down what 3 forums they would like to sponsor for the year. So I have a list. It's not very comprehensive. Several of them are TBDs, but I have a list of where they're starting at. So the February City Club is going to be the aviation. I think both of you are scheduled to attend that one. In March, they're going to have a forum on the commissioner expansion with the 3 to 5 expansion, as well as potentially the draft district map. In April, they're doing a state legislative review. In May, it's to be determined, but they're thinking something on electrification. In June, again, to be determined, but thinking something on healthcare. August is urban renewal. September, which is county administration and city manager. So that seems maybe like a one that's within the wheelhouse. October is to be determined. No ideas there. And then November is members' choice to be determined. So we don't have to make a decision today, but if you're leaning towards any of those, we can let them know, particularly the ones that are coming up soon in this late winter, early springtime.
Start off with the administrator, city management one.
Okay.
September, I think you mentioned.
September, yep.
I think it's appropriate for us to sponsor the session on district mapping.
That's fine.
It's pretty
And then
relevant,
aviation.
pretty relevant to
Okay.
us.
So March and September so we have one more.
Yeah.
If you need a refresher of the topics, let me know.
Aviation, you mentioned?
Yeah, that's the February one. And I think both of you, the information I have are both of you are scheduled to go to that one. So that's something.
I'm planning on it, but I'm an individual member, so the 2 free attendees, that's maybe more important for the other commissioners if you're not individual members. But on the question of which one we get sponsor recognition on, I'd be fine with the aviation one. I think healthcare, since the county is the public health authority and the community mental health program for our community, that would be another place where we could plug in. But I'm open.
Aviation, first one. I mean, because it's coming up quick here, right?
Okay.
Okay, so we'll do aviation, county admin, and the commissioner expansion. Okay, great. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
I just want to mention next Wednesday, February 4th, we have the district mapping issue coming back, and just to be prepared that we may have a large number of attendees, and then if public comment is allowed, we'll schedule accordingly as we create that agenda tomorrow morning, and we expect it could be a larger agenda. I don't know. I haven't seen all the topics yet, but it could be a larger agenda, especially since the board doesn't then meet the following Monday on the 9th due to AOC meetings. There's just a few more limitations in February for meetings. President's Day is another one when we wouldn't schedule a meeting. So a larger agenda next Wednesday, so we're prepared for that day.
Yeah. And I mean, to the extent that we're hearing from from folks that we've heard from before, I think we could encourage people to kind of like, you don't have to lay out all your reasoning for us. Tell us what the basic principle or concept or concern you have is, and you don't have to unpack it for us again, to try to keep it a little bit more brief.
Nothing more for me.
Great.
Probably, but I don't remember it right now, so it's all good.
Yeah, I don't. I don't have anything off the top of my head right now. Let's go to executive session.
Okay, the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners will now convene an executive session pursuant to ORS 192.660. The specific authorization for this executive session is ORS 192.660 subsection 2E, which allows discussions relating to real property negotiations. Designated staff and the media are allowed to remain during the executive session. However, the media may only report that the board met in executive session and the identified basis for meeting in executive session. Recording devices are not permitted. No final decisions will be made, and at the conclusion, we will open the doors and invite the audience back to the meeting.
All right. We're coming back out of executive session. There's nothing to report back on that, and we're adjourning for today. Thank you.